hei hakati mea tātou tō tātou noho ki ai nui tātou. He pāe tō mātou matu nui te rangi. Ko koe o ki te atua kaharawa ora tunu. Nau mātou e ora e taino ki te timitanga o tēnei noho mātou te rānei. Mau, mā te mea kaha mātou e tiaki ai nei. Kaunuku i mātou tuka ke taka i tēnei rā ki te hara kei tēnei rā nero te mate ngari tohu tōngi au whakatika ia koe mātou mai katoa. Kia ori te au ki tāu i hei. Tuka koe te māramatanga e pā, ki ngā kai kōroro, ki ngā roia, i te whakaatu mai a rātou whakaaturanga ki mua i te aroro te teipu i te rānei. Ho mai no koe te māramatanga ke mātou i te teipu nei kia tae te hopu i ngā kōroro me te tātari ngā kupu kia puta kene hakataunga hei pai ana mo te iwi katoa e whai pāngana ki tēnei kaupapa. Ko te ino ki tēnei ki a koe pā mau ne whakamana mai i runga ne te ingoi tāu tama te kai whakaoro koe kuraiti. Āmene. Nā reira i ngā reo, i ngā mana, i ngā waka, i ngā hui, i ngā tāngata. Ia koutou katoa ko urumai roto i te whare te rānei, me koutou katoa ko hona mai mārunga e te purangi tēnā rā koutou. Nau mai, haere mai ki roto i tēnei noho o tātou whakauru mai. E mihia nā rā ki o tātou aito mahaku ai ngā tu te kitoa te ārai, e kēna rā te kōroko tangihia rātou ko mihia, ko puropuro a kitia. Nā reira rā me kui koe ea. Engari e potono ake ne tēnei hakatau mai a koutou ki a urumai ki roto i tēnei noho a tātou. Nā reira huri no roto i tō tātou no i te rānei tēnā koutou ki ora tātou.
Tēnā koe Kevin i pahiri i a tātou ki te taha wairua. Tēnā koutou katoa nau mai, haere mai ki tēnei nohoanga o te rōpū whakamana i te tiriti. Welcome to this hearing week 8 of our climate change inquiry. I'll just begin by taking appearances. So firstly, the Crown.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā o tērā tēnā koutou ki ngā mema o te rōpū whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Prebala hau kei konei mātou, ko Mr. Fong, ko Ms. Downey mō te korona. Your Honour, Nixon Fong, Mr. Fong will be online this week from Auckland, and Ms. Seeley has another engagement, so apologies for today, but will be here for the remainder of the week. Tēnā koe.
Loader Legal.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā, ko Sontia toku ingoa. We're appearing today on behalf of Y2821 Meriana Peka, Y3361 Thomas Henry, and Y3490 Rita Beckmanflay. And unfortunately, I don't think Dr. Hewison will be able to join us today, so it will just be me.
Thank you, Mr. Sontia. Te whenua law.
Tēnā koe mā. Ko te whenua tēnei, kei konei a hau, hei roia mō nā kai kreme wai tōrurua warurima, te uringa o ke, o te aroa, wai tōrurua waru ono, nā te ue pōhatu tēnā tātou.
Thank you, Ms. Te Whenua. O Ranganui Legal.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā. There's Tribunal Counsel's name is Rongo, and I am accompanied with Ms. Emily Temese, and we represent Ngāti Koata Y3277. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Mauau Legal Chambers.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā. I appear for Michael Sharp here, appearing for Y3340 Totonui Nama Ono Trust. I'm also appearing for the Māori Council clients who will be introduced by Ms. Dawn Your Honour, I will be appearing for most this week. Some days I won't be able to appear, but Ms. Dawn will be appearing for my clients during those times.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Kōkiri Chambers.
Wātamari e te kai whakawā. Tuatahi e te pā whakawairua te kaituku karakia. Tēnā koe, tuarua he mihi nui ki te rōpū whakamana e te tiriti o Waitangi e koutou mā. Ko Lyle toko ingoa, katuna e ahau mō Ngāti Rua Pani ki Waikere Moana, mō Te Upukarehi, mō Ngāti Parauki Hauraki, mō Te Waimati tae mai ki Kaikoui Claims Alliance. Tēnā rā tātou.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Lyle. Phoenix Law.
Tēnā koe te kaikoa o te rā, tēnā koutou te rōpū whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Miss Boatwright tōku ingoa, kei te tūtahi ahau me takuroia matua Kuras no te tari o Phoenix Law. E whakakanohi ana mātou mōna kaikiri me e rua te kaumārua. I te kaikoa, I note that our claimants within this inquiry have not changed since the last hearing week, so in the interest of time I won't go through all 22 of them. However, just a technical issue, I believe. We're finding it a little bit troubling to hear the tribunal in terms of the tribunal side in terms of volume, if that could please be addressed as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Miss Boatwright.
We're just, my senior and I are just finding it a little bit troubling to hear the tribunal in terms of volume and when Your Honour is talking, that's all.
All right. We will see what we can do about the... But don't ask me how are they going to do it. But we will try that.
That's okay.
All right.
No, he just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kāhui Legal.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā. Ka tira ki a koe matua Kevin, tēnā koe i tau hono ai te pō ki te ao, te au te pō. A rātau ki rātau, tātou ki a tātou. E te kai whakawā i te raipūnara, ko Tom's tōku ingoa. Appearing on behalf of Y3287, claimed by Mr. Chris Inslee on behalf of Te Taumata. I just note that due to various commitments, Mr. Mahuika and Ms. Hauraki and myself will be managing appearances throughout the week via the Zoom, possibly in person and via the live stream. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Toms. Woodwood Law.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā. O te rā, tēnā koutou te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Ms. Donna Ho, I appear for the following claims. Y2607 for Mr. Tane Cook on behalf of the Tātua District Māori Council. Y3412, Ms. Jennifer Takuta Moses for herself and the Wairoa Māori Committee. Y3413, Ms. Grace Hoyt for herself and the New Zealand Māori Council, and Y3414, Mr. Anthony Olsen for himself and the Mātiti Māori Committee. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe. Thank you, Ms. Dawn. Annette Sykes and Co. Not available as yet. Dixon and Co.
Tēnā koe e te kai whakawā ko Ms. Moro tōku ingoa, appearing alongside my friend Ms. Ali for Dixon & Co lawyers. We act for Y2003, Te Wahapu, participating on a watch brief basis, and Mum, we respectfully seek leave to attend via the YouTube link and reappear via Zoom if necessary.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Morrow. Tuko Law.
Ātamari e te kai whakawā o tira koutou ngā memo te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti. Tēnā koe matua Kevin, nā I whakapuari tō tātou nei hui tēnei ata he mihi ka tika kia koe. Council's name is Ms. Cherrington and I appear on behalf of 3 claims in this inquiry. Y682, Te Ruranga o Ngāti Y14641546, Te Kapotai, and Y2397,
the Ngāti Hine Health Trust. Ngāti Hine Forestry Trust, sorry.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Jerrington. And Mr. Binion.
Ai, e te kaikarakia, Kevin, tēnā koe ngā mai. Ngā me mō te rōpū, whakamanu te treaty o Waitangi tēnā koutou. Te karauna tēnā koe, ngā mai kia koutou ngā kanahi o te rā. Ngā roia me ngā karemi katoa, tēnā koutou ngā mai kia koutou katoa. Binion raua ko Kudrat, mō ngā karemi e toru. Emily Bailey, Y3262, Owen Lloyd 507, and Maipoko Tribal Authority 2139. And Mum, when we come to the, first of all to say we're the only claimant lawyers present today, and I don't know that we said we would be, but so kei te pai on the kai, we're good with that, we've sorted that. We arrived on our bicycles this morning, so we think we're here in the spirit of the day. But just to say that when we come to the conference later in the week, we do want to raise a couple of key issues, which is one is about the announcements you would have heard overnight, the follow-up on the change to the law to remove the ability to take tort claims about climate, which was, we know, mentioned by the Crown in a 12th May memo, but there's now some concerning questions about discovery and whether we need more materials about that. And the second matter would be, I think, how this tribunal might deal with the changing treaty reference in the Climate Change Response Act, which is going to be dealt with next week. Well, there's a tribunal next week dealing with that issue generally across all of the statutes, but there might be a question about whether and how this tribunal might want to deal with that as well. But I'm just signalling that for the conference later in the week. Kia ora.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Binion. You're allowed to sit down. We, just for everybody's information, we have a gap on Thursday afternoon, and that's the preferred time for the tribunal to have the judicial conference. That's been signalled. So that would be we'll have afternoon tea and then we'll have the judicial conference, because I'm sure everyone would appreciate after last week, the last week we had, going home a bit early on Friday. So the agenda items include the request for deferral of the closing submissions week hearing, and then there are various things that have happened during. It seems to be a very fast-moving area at the moment, so there are various matters that have arisen. Apart from the ones that Mr. Binion mentioned, there has also been a recent Climate Change Commission report, which I have asked to be put on the record together with the RNZ media report on that. And yes, so those matters will be raised. Just before we turn to the witness, are there any other matters that people wish to raise for that judicial conference?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Whenua speaking. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
In addition to those matters, there's also been recent policy decisions on the part of the Crown with respect to Te Tai Rāwhiti, very recent, to decline a tripartite proposal that was put to the Crown around safe transition with respect to their whenua, and that proposal was put by, I understand, local government, regional and district alongside community, including landowners and Māori. And so that the declining of that policy or that proposal is something we'd like to put on the record as well, late in this at this late stage.
Thank you, Mr. Whenua. Any other matters?
Your Honour, Michael Sharp here. It's just you recall that Coordinating Council filed a memo relating to iwi Leaders Forum and the summons, which the tribunal has declined, but there's still the outstanding question of any questions in writing for the iwi Leaders Forum.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. We will discuss that on Thursday. Any other matters?
Tēnā koe, Ma'am, Ms. Cherrington speaking. It's just a preliminary timetabling matter for today. I've just indicated to my friends via email that we no longer need our 40 minutes of cross-examination time this afternoon. So I'm just indicating that now so that that can be either absorbed into the day, or I might have some friends that may wish to take that time. But just thought I'd announce it here so the tribunal's aware.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cherrington. Any other bids? That seems to be it. All right, so thank you for that. I'll now hand over to the Crown to introduce our witness for this morning.
Thank you, Ma'am. It's Nixon Fong who will do the witnesses today in the spirit of the hybrid nature of this proceeding.
All right, thank you. Over to you, Mr. Fong.
Thank you, Your Honour. Tēnā koe, Ms. Rowledge. Can you see me and hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to the inquiry with your evidence this morning. Can I begin by just asking you some questions of formality? Can you please confirm your full name to the tribunal?
Siobhan Ann Routledge.
And can you confirm that for the purposes of this inquiry, you prepared a brief of evidence?
Yes, I have.
And for the tribunal's benefit, the appellation number is A129. And Ms. Rowledge, can you also confirm that you have prepared a summary of your evidence to present this morning?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. May I invite you to present that summary now?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay if I'm reading this distance? Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Siobhan Ann Routledge topu ingoa. I am a Director of Aviation at the Ministry of Transport, and I've been employed by the Ministry since 2017. Over that time, I've had several senior leadership positions in the Ministry before my current role. My role immediately before my current role was Acting Deputy Chief Executive Policy, and there I was responsible for a broad portfolio of transport policy areas, including aviation, maritime, public transport, urban development, resilience and security, as well as oversight of the Ministry's regulatory operations. The evidence I'm giving today is intended to explain the role of the Ministry of Transport in relation to climate change mitigation, particularly through emissions reduction policy affecting the transport sector. In doing so, I will refer to a range of government policies, legislation and planning instruments that shape how the transport system responds to climate change. I note at the outset that in my previous role, I worked closely on some of the work streams discussed in my evidence, namely those relating to the transport chapter of the second emissions reduction plan, but I was not personally involved in the development or decision-making behind some of the other matters I refer to. I have, however, reviewed the relevant files and conferred with my colleagues. Lastly, this is my first occasion giving evidence before the Waitangi Tribunal. I'm genuinely keen to assist you in any way that I can. So just by way of background, the Ministry of Transport really provides policy advice on the transport system. And the transport system, of course, plays a fundamental role in New Zealand society. It connects people to work, to education,
whānau and communities, and it enables goods to move to markets both domestically and internationally. Our transport system includes land transport, both road and rail, as well as domestic aviation and maritime transport. Rail moves bulk freight and supports metropolitan passenger services. Aviation and maritime provide essential connectivity in a country with dispersed communities and long coastlines. Sorry, can you hear me okay? In terms of what the Ministry of Transport does, we act as the government's primary policy advisor for the whole of the transport system. We are responsible for developing transport policy and the legislative framework governing the transport system. We also support the Minister of Transport and the Secretary of Transport in their statutory roles. From a policy perspective, transport decisions and transport infrastructure are long-lived. Decisions that are made today about roads, rail, ports and public transport can shape outcomes for decades. For these reasons and more, we take a long-term integrated approach to transport policy and will consider things like economic performance, safety, accessibility, urban form and environmental matters together. I pause here to note that the Ministry does not directly deliver the bulk of transport services. That is because service delivery, regulation and operational decision-making are largely undertaken by Transport Crown entities and state-owned enterprises, like the New Zealand Transport Agency Waka Kotahi, Maritime New Zealand, the Civil Aviation Authority and Kiwi Rail. So in practice, the government sets policy and funding frameworks. Independent entities apply those settings to deliver services, regulate operators and invest in infrastructure. Each of these entities operates under their own statutory mandate and has varying degrees of independence from ministers. Their boards are responsible for day-to-day operations and the minister sets expectations through mechanisms like letters of expectations and regular performance reporting. Operational decisions, though, are generally taken independently within legislative and policy settings. Given the central role that land transport plays in the daily movement of people and goods throughout New Zealand and its significance to economic, social and safety outcomes, I want to outline, by way of distinction, the respective roles of the Ministry of Transport and the New Zealand Transport Agency Waka Kotahi within the transport system. As I mentioned, the Ministry of Transport is the core public service department responsible for providing policy advice to the Minister of Transport. We develop transport legislation and strategy, exercise system stewardship, and we monitor the performance of the Transport Crown entities. As a ministry, we do not have an operational or frontline role in delivering land transport services. By contrast, NZTA is a Crown entity established under the Land Transport Management Act 2003 and is governed primarily by the Crown Entities Act 2004. Its statutory functions cover a wide range of activities, including revenue collection and regulatory compliance and enforcement, such as driver licensing and vehicle certification. NZTA is also responsible for managing and investing in much of the land transport network. A defining feature of the land transport system in New Zealand is that NZTA has a high degree of statutory independence in respect of investment decision-making. NZTA determines which transport activities are included in the National Land Transport Program and therefore are approved for funding under the National Land Transport Fund. This process is designed to be at arm's length from ministers, informed by robust cost-benefit analysis, and it reflects the reality that investment choices involve trade-offs, given that funding is always limited. In determining the Land Transport Program, NZTA must give effect to the government policy statement on land transport and take into account regional land transport plans. Turning now to the transport sector's greenhouse gas emissions. These rose steadily from 1990 and peaked in 2018 before declining temporarily in 2020 as a result of the COVID travel restrictions. For the 2022 calendar year, the largest share of transport emissions came from the light vehicle fleet, made up primarily of cars and other vehicles used for personal travel. Heavy vehicles such as medium and heavy trucks accounted for a large portion of the remaining transport emissions, with smaller proportions coming from domestic aviation, rail, and domestic shipping and pipeline transport. This emissions profile is a key driver of transport-related climate policy. The Ministry in recent years has undertaken considerable work to respond to climate change and reduce carbon emissions, particularly since the enactment of the Climate Change Response Zero Carbon Amendment Act 2019. I note the majority of this work preceded the government's subsequent reassessment of its climate strategy, including emissions reduction policies that were implemented or announced by the previous government. Nonetheless, while policy settings have evolved following the October 2023 election, the core framework for emissions budgets and emission reduction plans remain. As the Tribunal will be aware, the Government must prepare an emissions reduction plan, or ERP, for each budget period, setting out the policies intended to meet those budgets. These are developed by the Ministry for the Environment, taking into account advice from the Climate Change Commission. All ERPs to date have included a dedicated transport chapter containing policy initiatives to reduce emissions, which in turn inform the work of the Ministry of Transport. Starting first with the Government's first Emissions Reduction Plan, or ERP1, this was published in May 2022 and covered the first emissions budget period between 2022 and 2025. Within ERP1, the Transport chapter identified three broad focus areas. First was reliance on private cars and supporting people to walk, cycle and take public transport. The second was rapidly adopting low emissions vehicles, and the third was beginning work to decarbonise freight and heavy transport. To provide direction and clarity, ERP1 also included a set of transport-specific sub-targets to be achieved by 2035, which the ERP1 noted were ambitious and challenging to achieve. These included reducing total kilometres travelled by light vehicle fleet by 20%, increasing zero-emission vehicles to 30% of the light fleet, reducing freight transport emissions by 35%, and reducing the emissions intensity of fuels by 10%. Turning now to the Government's second Emissions Reduction Plan, or ERP2, this was published in December 2024 and applies to the second emissions budget period between 2026 and 2030. As described in Hemi Smiler's evidence, ERP2 introduced several actions intended to complement the ETS as New Zealand's main tool to reduce net emissions. These actions focused on strengthening the ETS and encouraging investments in low emissions technologies and practices in agriculture, energy, industry and waste. From a transport perspective, ERP2 continues to recognise the light vehicle fleet as the prevailing source of transport emissions by placing a strong emphasis on both electrification and supporting the functioning of the New Zealand Emissions Trading Scheme. I note that this emphasis sits alongside the Government's broader Electrify New Zealand work programme. The Transport chapter in ERP2 is structured around two overarching pillars. First, to ensure that credible and effective markets support the climate transition, and the second, to ensure that clean energy is affordable and abundant. I note that in regard to these policies sitting within an ETS context, the role of these policies is complementary. That is, they help to remove the barriers to the New Zealand ETS price functioning effectively, such as unlocking new options for decarbonisation and enabling investment to flow into low emissions options. For that reason, the transport policies in ERP2 are not intended to significantly reduce emissions themselves. They instead expand the range of opportunities to reduce emissions that are affordable and incentivised under the ETS cap. By way of example, investment in public transport expands low emission travel choices, making it easier for households to shift away from higher emitting fuel transport as fuel prices adjust under the ETS. In addition, I also note the Government's recent announcement of more than $50 million in interest-free loans to expand electric vehicle charging stations. These initiatives assist to address a market coordination problem that the ETS on its own cannot resolve. In other words, because private investors are unlikely to install additional public chargers until enough people drive electric vehicles, and range anxiety generates reluctance to buy electric vehicles, by providing loans to bring forward investment in charging infrastructure, the loan program will help unlock private investment and support faster uptake of electric vehicles, which thereby reduce emissions. Key actions in ERP2 therefore include accelerating the rollout of publicly accessible electric vehicle charging infrastructure across New Zealand, with the aim of delivering a comprehensive national charging network ahead of demand. Looking out to 2050, we anticipate higher electric vehicle uptake supported by a dense and reliable charging network. ERP2 also discusses improving public transport, and a quote from the ERP2 notes that realising the benefits of reliable and accessible public transport will require continued planning, delivery and maintenance to support growing populations and meet demand. With that in mind, the ERP2 includes major planned public transport projects the government is or intends to invest in, including projects such as the Auckland City Rail Link, the Eastern Busway, the Northwest Rapid Transit Corridor, the Airport to Botany project and rail upgrades in the Lower North Island. I also note that in terms of the government supporting public transport authorities to invest in bus decarbonisation, the ERP2 reiterates the government's policy that public transport authorities are required to purchase only zero emissions buses for their fleets from 1st of July 2025. Work on the key transport actions in ERP2 is well underway and on track. A key achievement to date is the Ministry's policy work to advance the target of a network of 10,000 public electric charge points by 2030. The Ministry led the development of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure loan program and is responsible for monitoring its delivery. As I mentioned earlier, the government recently announced more than $50 million in interest-free loans to expand electric vehicle charging stations. ChargeNet and Meridian will also co-invest $60 million in the scheme, raising the total to $110 million. Alongside this co-investment, the Supercharging Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Work Programme coordinates actions across government agencies to remove barriers and facilitate private sector delivery of charging infrastructure. The Ministry contributes to this programme of work, and the programme includes reducing red tape and regulation, including removing the requirement for a resource consent for the installation of public electric vehicle chargers, enabling standards for smart chargers to expand their uptake. Smart chargers help people charge their EVs at home during non-peak electricity periods, and addressing barriers such as high connection costs, such as charge points being connected to the electricity supply, and improving the efficiency of connection application processes across the 29 electricity distributors. Progress towards the 10,000 public charge points goal is building. At present, there are just over 1,800 public charge points in place, and this number is expected to increase significantly following the implementation of this first round of loans under the EV Charging Infrastructure Loans Programme. I turn now to the land transport system and the government's government policy statement on land transport, or GPS. The land transport system is primarily funded through fuel excise duties, road user charges, motor vehicle registration, and licensing fees and Crown grants, which are directed into the National Land Transport Fund, or the NLTF. The NLTF is the primary source of funding for land transport in New Zealand. However, revenue also comes from outside the NLTF, for example, local authority and Crown funds. As I mentioned before, there is a distinction between the Ministry of Transport and NZTA's roles when it comes to the land transport system. In this case, the NZTA administers the fund and must give effect to the GPS when preparing the 3-year National Land Transport Programme and making land transport investment decisions. Basically, the GPS sets a strategic direction for land transport investment by providing strategic priorities, activity classes and funding ranges over a 10-year horizon. And then NZTA translates that into the National Land Transport Programme that sets out specific projects and services. This programme gives effect to the GPS as required by statute and is also informed by regional priorities as set out in regional land transport plans. There are several constraints that shape what a GPS can achieve in a 3-year window, a key constraint being the share of revenue required to maintain and operate the existing network. Often, for example, there will be pre-committed road maintenance improvements already underway, and there may be debt servicing obligations too. These baseline demands mean the room for transformational change of the land transport system, as informed by the GPS and given effect to by the National Land Transport Program, can be narrow. The GPS cannot be all things to all people and will always involve some form of trade-off between its strategic priorities given constrained funding. I pause to reiterate here that the GPS is the government of the day's policy document. Unsurprisingly, the nature and the policy direction of GPSs have changed over time since the first GPS came into effect in 2009. The strategic priorities in earlier GPSs were focused on, for example, economic growth and productivity, as well as value for money and road safety. Whereas GPS 2018 and 2021 elevated the environment and climate change, respectively, as key strategic focal points. The current GPS 2024, reintroduced a focus on increasing economic growth and productivity, with the aim of setting the balance between investing in new projects and ensuring we maintain and repair our existing infrastructure. GPS 2024's 4 strategic priorities are economic growth and productivity, increased maintenance and resilience, safety, and value for money. The increased maintenance and resilience strategic priority is relevant to climate change in that it seeks to enable us to effectively manage and reduce current and future risk and adapt to the challenges of weather events and natural disasters. I want to turn now to reiterate some of the key levers for reducing transport emissions outlined in my written evidence and what we're doing in these spaces. First, I turn to public transport and cycleways investment, which is also signalled in GPS 2024. Reliable, frequent, accessible public transport services in major cities can shift trips to lower emissions modes of transport. It can reduce traffic congestion and improve the productivity of existing infrastructure by moving more people through constrained corridors. I want to note here that the current National Land Transport Program provides $6.4 billion. It's forecast for investment in public transport and $460 million in footpath and cycleway improvements and maintenance. These forecasted investments lie downstream of commitments made in the GPS 2024, in particular investment from the National Land Transport Fund of up to $2.3 billion in public transport for public transport services, as well as up to $3.1 billion for public transport infrastructure. I also note that the National Land Transport Program includes contributions from local government and direct Crown funding, meaning more investment than was initially signalled in the GPS is possible. The second key lever is electric vehicles. As I've mentioned, uptake in electric vehicles depends on confidence that charging is easy and reliable. Public charging delivered ahead of demand removes a known barrier for households who cannot install home charging and for businesses that rely on dependable access en route and at depots. We call this range anxiety. As concerns about range anxiety fade, buyers are more likely to focus on the cost of ownership, availability and performance of electric vehicles. On that note, I'd like to briefly talk about the Clean Vehicle Standard and the former Clean Vehicle Discount. The Clean Vehicle Standard aims to influence the supply of lower emissions light vehicles by setting annual fleet average carbon dioxide targets for vehicle importers. Vehicles either perform better than the target and they earn credits, or they perform worse and they incur charges. The intent with the Clean Vehicle Standard is importers bringing in enough low emissions vehicles to offset charges on high emitting vehicles with credits. The standard was reviewed in 2024, which concluded that the targets at that time were unlikely to be achieved, and the standard's expected reductions in carbon emissions would not be realised as a result. As an urgent measure to improve the workability of the standard and to provide some market relief, new targets were set in 2024 to be applied from 2025 onwards. Also, last November, the government passed legislation enhancing flexibility measures to make it easier and cheaper for importers to comply with the standard. These measures included extending emissions carbon credit life and payment obligation deferrals, as well as removing a legislative restriction on credit transfers between the new and used import sectors. The new targets maintain a level of ambition in carbon dioxide emissions close to that to other jurisdictions. The Minister of Transport has also announced the launch of a full review into the standard with recommendations to Cabinet by July 2026, and this work is underway. To provide relief while the review is being carried out, the charges were temporarily reduced for 26 and 27 only. By contrast, I'm going to briefly mention the Clean Vehicle Discount, which provided rebates for lower emissions purchases funded by charges on higher emitting vehicles, which was repealed at the end of 2023. Before its repeal, modelling suggested removal would not alter the sector's contribution to the first emissions budget, and distributional evidence indicated that rebate benefits were often skewed towards higher income households with lower uptake amongst some groups, including Māori and Pacific peoples. The third lever relates to the decarbonisation of the heavy vehicle fleet, which carries most of our freight and plays a key role in other sectors like waste removal and construction. I acknowledge that in New Zealand and globally, the policy work in this space is at an earlier stage than for light vehicles. But two key initiatives for reducing emissions in this space are the first being reviewing regulatory barriers to low and zero emissions heavy vehicles, including vehicle mass and dimension rules and driver licence weight categories. Analysis of vehicle mass and dimension requirements was undertaken to inform the development of potential changes, with NZTA consulting on a range of reforms to improve heavy vehicle productivity in two phases during 2025 and 2026. In terms of driver licence weight categories, in early 2025, the NZTA issued an exemption allowing Class 1 driver licence holders to drive heavier electric variants of existing diesel trucks. This exemption removes a regulatory barrier, the added cost to be able to operate these electric trucks due to the extra battery weight. NZTA is currently considering a permanent change to this licence category. The second initiative is providing, through the Low Emissions Heavy Vehicle Fund, grants to support the purchase of low and zero emissions heavy vehicles or conversion of heavy vehicles to hybrid or zero emissions technology. This is led by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority. As of April 2026, the fund has provided grants of $3.54 million to support the purchase of 124 low emissions trucks, 120 of which are battery electric vehicles, and the others are hydrogen diesel hybrid conversions. Finally, my evidence touched briefly on international aviation and maritime. International aviation and international shipping are not included in New Zealand's domestic targets and budgets under the Paris framework. For aviation, New Zealand participates in the International Civil Aviation Organisation's Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, or CORSIA, which moves to mandatory phases from 2027 under the Civil Aviation Act 2023. For shipping, the International Maritime Organisation's 2023 sets a strategy to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, with indicative checkpoints in 2030 and 2040. Officials will continue to participate in negotiations on this strategy when they restart in October this year. My evidence seeks to explain how the Ministry of Transport and Transport Crown entities contribute to New Zealand's response to climate change in the transport sector. The Ministry's role is primarily strategic and stewardship focused, while operational decisions and investment choices are largely made by independent entities within legislative and policy settings. Transport emissions present a significant challenge, particularly with respect to the light vehicle fleet. The emissions reduction plans, together with the emissions trading scheme and the government policy statement on land transport, provide the overarching framework within which transport emissions are pursued, while also recognising equity considerations and the long-term nature of transport system change. Nā mihi nui kia a koutou. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rutledge. We have questions first from Opinion Law.
Thank you. Tēnā koe, Ms. Rutledge, and thanks for your evidence. And I understand from a brief discussion this morning you were about the ministry is going to be rolled into the sort of the super ministry that's being created. Is that something that's underway?
Yes, from the 1st of July we will become part of the Ministry of Cities, Environment, Regions and Transport.
Okay, thanks. Does NZTA still sits outside?
Yes, it does. Yes,
Right.
It's an independent Crown entity.
Yep. Okay. Just so before we get into, I want to look at your organisation briefly in a minute, but just before we get there, there's one figure I just want to clarify. In terms of paragraph 6, you say transport emissions are 17.5% of New Zealand's gross. And I was looking at ERP1, which is in your attachments, and it says transport emissions are 70% of gross domestic, but also 39% of total domestic, which I understand to mean household emissions. Do you understand the 39% figure? Maybe we can bring that up on the screen. That struck me as a very high percentage. It's 453, yeah. 453 is the PDF. There, just up there, thanks. Do you see that 39% of total domestic emissions?
I would probably have to defer to some of my colleagues on that question.
Right,
Yeah.
we can follow that up, because I think it's referring to household versus other emissions, but we'll check that out. Okay, thank you. Can I just come to your organisation, Manatū, Te Manatū Waka, right? And I was looking at briefly at your annual report of 2025. And you're about 200 employees, about $50-60 million organisation, right? Just a couple of things I wanted to look at. First of all, in terms of your why, what your role is and how you exist. Page 11. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things here. This isn't in the materials, and apologies, I'll provide it later. I just want to look at a couple of key aspects from your ministry's role. Impartial, expert and trusted advisor to government seeking to create conditions for transport system to maximise economic and social benefits and minimise harm. And you have a specific, as part of that, greenhouse gas emissions, you're monitoring those as part of that part of your vision as well? Yes? So, yeah. And just one thing while we're there too that interested me, if we come down the page, under resilience and security, I was, where are we? Oh, page 12. Page 12 of 128 on the right-hand side. Oh, yeah, you see resilience and security there. Just going back to the comments you just made about the money having to be put into repairing infrastructure and the climate issues there, I noticed this comment: we do not have a performance measure for resilience and security, as no data is available to appropriately measure transport system resilience and security. However, the frequency and scale of extreme weather events continue to impact resilience. So does that remain the case that you don't have a measure, we don't have data to measure transport system resilience and security at the moment? You're still working on that?
Look, it is correct that we don't have that performance measure. I would say, though, obviously, you know, the activity and the analysis done by NZTA, which is obviously looking kind of in more detail at the performance and resiliency of the roading system, would have more micro data.
All right, but you've expressed it there, I guess, in your annual report that's a gap that you think needs filling at some stage?
I'm not aware that we've got particular work underway on that, but I certainly could check that.
All right. And just lastly on your annual report, you're part of the carbon neutral government program. You have been?
Correct. Yeah.
And that remains ongoing?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And we'll come back to this later, but I notice within your own agency, you're reporting some pretty good figures. You've got your air travel, international air travels down significantly, and your domestic air travels down significantly.
Would be correct.
Yes.
We are a small ministry.
Yeah, I understand. As I say, about 200 employees. I understand that. Do you measure, in terms of that carbon neutral program for government, do you measure that neutrality across other departments, or each department just is reporting on its own efforts to reach that goal?
My understanding is that each department measures itself.
All right.
Yeah, under the Public Service Commission guidelines.
All right. And I'm just looking, I see you've got a target of something like, your target's set against, all those targets for that program are set against the 1.5 degree effort to stay within 1.5 degrees in terms of pre-industrial levels. That's how that program's set?
Correct.
Right. And I think you're on target for, I see a 42% reduction by 2030. Does that sound about right?
It sounds about right, but I'd also note that we're becoming part of a new ministry, so what that means in that context would need to be worked through.
Yes, that could get interesting. All right. Okay, so then I want to come to your discussion about the ERP1, Emissions Reduction Program 1 goals, and I just wanted to examine briefly the ERP1 goals and then see what happened to them. Can I just make this general observation? It would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that paragraph 19 you say the ERP1 set 4 ambitious and challenging to achieve goals. It would be fair to say that in setting those, the work with or understanding of the Māori economy or how Māori might participate in that was kind of quite central to the ERP1 goals. Is that fair?
Look, there was a strong commitment under ERP1 to work in partnership with Māori on the delivery of those actions.
Yeah. And that included, I think, discussion about the circular economy approach. That's also in there in the ERP1, I see. Enable Māori to shape and benefit from a transition to a circular economy. That was also part of the...
Right, yes, yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to come to the goals, and if we go to your materials, 454 of the PDF. So just page 454 of the PDF of your 129A attached materials. I think I've got this right. No, 454. Oh, that's the circular economy. 454. sorry, I'm coming out of order. Sorry. So just the 4 targets that are down there. The government's committed to 4 targets. We've got reduce the total vehicle kilometres travelled by the light fleet by 20% by 2035, increase zero emission vehicle to 30% of the light fleet, reduce transport by 35% 2035, and intensity of fuels by 10%. And I just wanted to come to the next page, just come down to 455. I just see there, to achieve these targets, the government must work with key partners to take initial actions. This includes partnering with Māori to incorporate Māori-led solutions and supporting communities and businesses for an equitable transition. So the idea of equitable transition, working with Māori, is very much central to these ERP1 goals. Right. And you don't mention it in your evidence, but the government, or I might have missed it, but government makes the decision to exit from these ERP1 goals as an internal decision and doesn't go out and consult with Māori about that before it makes that internal decision?
As I understand it, there was obviously a consultation about the discontinuation of ERP1 actions that was handled through the ERP2 process.
Right, so the decision was made to exit these goals, and then in the ERP2 process, the question was put to people, how do you feel about the fact that we're exiting these goals? Are there any comments you want to make about it? That's how that worked?
That's broadly my understanding.
Okay, so no consultation with iwi to say, we're thinking about getting rid of these goals. What's your feeling about that, given you're quite central to them?
Like I say, my understanding is that it was really handled through the consultation on ERP2. All right.
Okay, so can I just come again to the ERP2, just following this a little bit further. You're familiar with the Climate Emergency Response Fund, right? And that was, I've got a number of about $4.5 billion set aside, and it's proportional to what's coming through from the emissions trading scheme. So I understand that a lot of the actions under ERP1 were progressed or funded through the Climate Emergency Response Fund, because I see a whole lot of transport items measured there, yeah?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And am I right in understanding that, for example, on the National Light Vehicle Kilometres Travelled Reduction Plan, that a national plan was actually drafted and finalised in July 2023, and then government stopped work on that program when it ditched the ERP1 items?
I would need to confirm that, but my understanding is it was certainly well advanced.
Okay. Also, under the ERP, well, let's just take this up briefly, because I think let's just confirm your thinking on that. No, I'm just looking at this item here. Again, I pulled up a Treasury document and then realised that so many of the items that we seem to be talking about in this hearing are actually happening inside of that Climate Emergency Response Fund, including a lot of the iwi matters. So I'm just checking a couple with you, but if we go to that one there, oh no, it might be too hard to get to. We want to go to that one there anyway. Can you get this one? Oh yes, okay, so we'll confirm that. We might get that confirmed later in writing. But I also understand that under part of ERP1 was work on a social, a license, what we call a social leasing scheme where people on low incomes could become more financially resilient and have reliable access to safe, low-emission vehicles through a leasing scheme, right? And that would certainly address the concern that you talk about in your summary about, I think you're saying, you say the clean vehicle discount, paragraph 42, provides rebates for low emission purchases. That might be helpful to middle class households, but it's going to be harder for low income households, right? So the social leasing scheme was aimed at lower income households, their ability to get EVs, right?
Yes.
And that might have been used, for example, to Māori households, lower income Māori households.
That's correct, yes.
Right. Now, my understanding is that work was undertaken to prepare for a rollout trial of that scheme, and that was also stopped as part of ERP1, the ERP1 actions being stopped?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Right, where are we getting to? Oh, we're doing pretty well. Okay, no, we're rolling through quite well. Thank you. Put this to you. You say in your evidence that the ERP1 targets were ambitious targets. It's fair to say, isn't it, that the government has removed what were ambitious targets. As a statement of fact, that's clear, isn't it?
Well, the government has removed those targets, that is correct. But the government obviously has taken a different approach to ERP2, which is designed to achieve emissions budgets as well.
Yes, but just to be clear, it's removed targets which were described as ambitious. It's moved on to other targets, but those former targets were described as ambitious and they are now gone.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know, you've got several references through your evidence to the government now having an approach which is one of its fundamentals is something called going for growth. That's one of its core targets or approaches now to thinking about emissions reductions and how to fit those in with its going for growth approach.
I don't recall writing growing for growth in my evidence.
Oh, I think you do. Oh, no, I'm looking at a government paper. I'm looking at the government's response to the aviation emissions target that was proposed by the Climate Change Commission. The government said one of the reasons the Ministry of Transport recommends option 1, support international multilateral efforts. So I think that's not putting aviation emissions in. And this option also aligns with New Zealand's economic interests, including the government's going for growth agenda. Does that make sense? Do you remember that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just interested, the Climate Change Commission's advice on, let's think about aviation. The Climate Change Commission's advice on aviation seems to have been based on estimates of how much headroom there was, or how many emissions might still be possible to emit before we met the 1.5 degree target. Yes, that was its thinking. It said, look, there's some emissions left that can be emitted, and we have to think about aviation within that space.
And only the Climate Change Commission can answer for its analysis, but that accords with my read of the document.
Yes,
yep.
That's their approach. And that emissions budget that is left, that's going to be a budget for everything that we do. Yes, that's their thinking. I was just intrigued about the fact that they were using a 2023 report for the budget that's left. Are you familiar with the latest UN Environmental Programme report of I think it's November 2025, which says there's essentially no budget left.
Oh, I'm not personally across that, no.
Okay. Do you know if it strikes me the New Zealand government in its decisions on aviation and on aviation in particular, because that was a recent decision, it strikes me that it's not aware of or is not factoring in that latest report, which is, I think it's called Overshoot or something. It says that there's essentially no budget left.
Oh, look, I couldn't answer to that. I mean, I would note that the International Civil Aviation Organisation, has designed that global scheme, based on clear evidence as well.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't strike me that they've taken account either. But if we're in a situation where the remaining budget is essentially gone, then that does mean that government would need to rethink its approach and assessment, wouldn't it? Because there's no remaining budget before 1.5 degrees is reached.
I mean, I think I'd probably want to defer to the Ministry for the Environment on that sort of question, because it does relate to New Zealand's, entire emissions profile and the range of sectors that contribute to our emissions budgets as well.
All right. In terms of the work that your ministry's done so far, you haven't taken any policy decisions based on the idea that there's no remaining budget, carbon budget. You've assumed there's some carbon budget in your assessments so far?
We always work with the Ministry for the Environment to make sure that we're taking a whole of government approach to understanding emissions profiles and where we're at with emissions budgets.
All right, so if they advised you an emissions budget was essentially gone, that would alter how you'd approach your assessment, presumably.
I'd expect so.
Yeah. All right. And just while we're, lastly then on, I think we're ahead of time actually. Okay. On the aviation decision, which was, look, the Climate Change Commission said let's put aviation, make it part of our reductions targets, international aviation, because domestic already is, international aviation and international shipping. And the Ministry of Transport response was to say, no, I'll leave it out, we're happy with the ICAO approach. You didn't, it seems to me, undertake any analysis of, it was, your approach seems to be, let's just keep in line what the international players are doing, but I don't think you undertook any particular analysis of the speed or expectations of international aviation, either New Zealand Airlines operating internationally, or otherwise, how fast they are getting to any of the targets that the ICAO proposes?
It's a good question. Obviously, in our sort of aviation role, we are monitoring, the trends around the world with sustainable aviation fuels. We do monitor what other countries and other jurisdictions are doing around things like mandates for sustainable aviation fuels. We are seeing some more availability of those fuels, and we've certainly seen in the past some work by Air New Zealand to invest more in those types of fuels. So I think we have a reasonable understanding of what's happening across different markets for decarbonisation of aviation. I think we're also conscious too that the Corsia scheme that I referred to is the global international mechanism for the reduction of aviation emissions leading up to the period to 2050. And it has been our sort of analysis that it is appropriate for New Zealand to participate in that scheme because it does provide a level playing field for New Zealand Airlines provides them with continued access to overseas markets, but also ensures that they are subject to a scheme that is used for other airlines as well.
Okay. Okay, then just lastly, can I just checking again on the ERP1, I just want to see what's remaining. So we just go to that one. So this is in your materials 129A at 478. Let's take me to that one. It's a heading, we all have a role to play in reducing transport emissions, and this is ERP1. I just want to check under ERP2 what is actually remaining of this approach. So you see there's, we all have a role to play in reducing transport emissions. Just down the bottom there, second to last paragraph, it says, Māori partnership will be important to delivering equitable transport outcomes for Māori living in urban centres, in rural communities and on marae. Future work on policies must also consider how to mitigate social and equity impacts that transport policies might create for Māori and what solutions can be put into place to address those issues. The Ministry will work in partnership with Māori. As the policies for this plan and future emissions reduction plans are progressed, build partnerships to uphold the principles of the treaty. Under ERP2, what of, or if any of that, in terms of specific actions, remains?
It would be my assessment that some of the intent of that does remain. ERP2 includes that continued focus on public transport, and I'm very mindful that public transport decisions do need to be taken in consultation, with communities and with the transport disadvantaged. So I would expect that there would be continued partnership and continued engagement.
So, in all seriousness, your answer is public transport?
That's certainly part of my answer. Yeah, that is, public transport is an important driver of emissions reduction.
But just pushing you a bit on this, that to be fair, that doesn't at all really touch the sides of what I've just read out, does it? It's public transport's not something, is something that's not about equitable. It's not really about partnering with Māori in either the workings or development or operations of public transport, is it? Those are matters that happen with regional councils and district councils, those sort of things, doesn't it?
I understand your point that it's not a partnering arrangement in the way that you've described.
All right. I had a bit more time, but I think those are all the questions I've got. So thank you very much. Very clear answers.
Thank you, Mr. Benyon. We have questions from Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Ma'am. Mr. Adlich, my name is Michael Sharp. I'm just checking you can hear me.
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. I just have some questions. Starting with paragraph 30 of your evidence, you said ERP2 not expected to reduce emissions significantly. Now, I just want to drill down on that a bit further. So I just want to, if I can, just bring up ERP2 on transport, and I just noticed I can't share the screen for some reason. I wonder if that could be adjusted technically.
Yes, you should be able to.
It said it's been disabled.
You should have it now.
Okay. So can you see that's ERP2 transport section? That's correct.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a useful summary, and got key actions and policies. And the next box, it says contribution towards a second emissions budget, and it refers to the target 10,000 public EV charging points by 2030, and the contribution is 0.01 megatons of CO2 equivalent. That's correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So if you look at the key actions and policies, apart from the 10,000 EV charging policy, there's other policies such as reviewing regulatory barriers, promotion innovation, continuing to support aviation section. So they're just matters where there's no firm commitment, just reviews and so on. So there can't be any reduction in emissions modelled from those other policies. That seems to be the case, doesn't it?
That is correct.
Right. Now, just with the, I can just move on to the policy that will reduce, and that's the charges. Now, I might just take. I can just take that down. Okay, if I stop share. Okay, that's it. With the reducing the charges, increasing number of charges. So I understand in your evidence you just said there's about 1,800 at present, and the target by 2030 is 10,000. And you hope to reach that target in about 3.5 years mainly by interest-free loans, $50 million interest-free loans. Is that the situation?
Yeah, that's broadly correct. Yeah.
Yes. So I just wonder, is there any modelling? Are you likely to reach that 10,000 target? Because it seems to be a lot of charges to be introduced over the next 3.5 years. Is there any modelling on how you're going?
Yeah, look, there is a lot of work underway. So the government announced, I think actually a few weeks ago, the concessionary loans that have been agreed with Meridian and ChargeNet, and that results in a total investment of $110 million, and that's forecast, I believe, to result in an additional 2,500 charges that'll be rolled out over coming years. That doesn't get you to the 10,000 charges, and we have provided advice to government that additional funding would be required to get to that 10,000. So where we're at now is we've got the 1,800, another 2,500 or so expected from this current round of investment, and then further investment would need to be made to get to 10,000.
Thank you. And also that impact on emissions of policies, that of course doesn't take into account the impact on emissions of the rollback of policies from ERP1. That's correct?
It depends which policies you're talking about. A number of policies that were rolled back weren't expected to have any particular emissions impacts in and of themselves. Others may have.
Yes, I'll come to that. But in general, it doesn't take into account the impact of the rollback of ERP1 policies. That's correct?
Well, it takes into account, our emissions profile and what we need to do to get to net zero under the Climate Change Response Act.
Right. Okay, I'll ask again. So it doesn't take into account the rollback of the ERP1 policies on emissions?
Don't believe so.
Thank you. So, and because I noticed in the technical annex to the ERP2, it says that the 2023 projected emissions with present policy settings in 2050 will change because of a number of factors, including the discontinuation of the clean car discounts. That's correct?
That is correct.
Yes. And with the clean car discount, paragraph 64, you said something like it's not, I can just bring up your evidence. It's not expected to impact on total emissions. Can you just go to 64? So you said before the scheme was repealed, modelling showed the removal of the scheme was not expected to affect achievement of the transport sector's contribution towards the first emission budgets. I just got a question of clarification on that, because I notice in the cabinet paper on the rollback of the clean car discounts, that's at in your appendices at 1.4767. It estimates that the discontinuation of the scheme will add emissions 1,100 to 2,200 kiloton by 2050. So the discontinuation of the clean car discount is going to add to projected emissions. That's correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say that is correct. I mean, it was clear that the removal of the discount scheme wasn't going to affect EB1, but obviously the modelling we did suggested that it could play an impact over the 2050, but it is also subject to what alternative policies are in place, the total effect of the removal of that scheme would have.
Well, it's always subject to alternative policies, but just when you do you've got modelling in the cabinet paper to show that the discontinuation of that scheme on its own will have the impact on emissions by 2050. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, but it is clear in the absence of other policies.
Yeah. And also, I just noticed that the next paragraph 65 of your evidence, you said that wealthy New Zealanders are most likely to benefit from the scheme, and it was evidence that Māori were likely to benefit less than other ethnicities. So I just want to clarify that that's an equity issue that you're talking about there, isn't it, as to who will immediately benefit from getting a discount. But from my understanding, that the broader intent of the policy was that those who could afford a new car up to $70,000, I'm not sure that's classified as wealthy, but those people would then be able to pass down cars in the second-hand market, so there'd be a broader distribution of low-emission cars throughout the community. That's correct? That was the broader intent of the policy?
It would make it easier for people to buy electric vehicles and thereby increase the volume and stock of electric vehicles in the country.
Yeah, thank you. Now, at paragraph 56, I'm just turning to the clean car standards, which were, you just talk about how they were relaxed, and you say that this responded to results of a target review, which concluded the original targets in section 175 of the LTA were not likely to be achieved, and the standards expected reduction in emissions would not be realised as a result. Now, that paper that you referred to, that's a paper that you prepared?
One of my teams prepared.
Right, because I think your appendices at 00213666 got your name on it. So, look, from that paper, I understand that it's not saying that the standards won't drive down emissions, because it seems that they will, but what you're saying is the ERP1 targets are unlikely to be achieved And on the other hand, it's going to be higher vehicle costs. So on balance, you're recommending that the standards be reduced. Is that a summary? Good summary?
It's broadly correct, yes.
Yeah. So the relaxing of those standards in the current policies is going to have the effect of increasing future emissions. That's correct?
It will potentially change the mix of vehicles coming into the country, so it may be partly correct.
Well, if you're going to have a greater number of high emitting vehicles, then logically it will result in higher emissions. That's a fair conclusion, isn't it?
It does depend on the circumstances under which vehicles are brought into the country. Depending on economic conditions and consumer preferences, you do see different mixes of vehicles coming in. We've certainly seen through the current fuel price increase, given the Middle East, is that, consumers are going back to EVs at a higher rate than they were previously. So I think it's just a slightly more nuanced argument there in terms of actually what is brought into the country.
Yes, but we're talking about projections with the impact of the policy, not broader market factors. So that policy on its own will result in higher emissions in the future. That's correct?
In the future, I'm not so sure, but that would be correct. Noting also that those emissions are subject to the ETS.
Yes, of course. I just want to go to paragraph 37. You talk about the GPS, and you're broadly at what you're saying, well, I understand it, and thanks for the explanation of the GPS. That was clarified enough of matters, how that interfaced with the whole transport policy settings. So as that change, the new GPS, I think you say that paragraph 42 removes climate change as a primary objective, and instead the objective relating to climate change is restricted to what is in ERP2. Is that a fair summary?
The GPS and the ERP2 do sort of cross-reference each other to an extent, and the GPS acknowledges that the emissions reduction plan is the government's primary tool for setting out its expectations around climate change and emissions reduction.
Right,
Mr. Sharp, sorry, Mr. Sharp. You've got, I can tell that you've got more questions to ask, but we're now at morning tea time, so if we can defer your questions until after morning tea.
Yes, I can signal I've only got 2 more questions, so I'm happy to do that.
All right, thank you. So we'll return at 11 o'clock, and Mr. Benyon, I can see that there is food out there, so you won't need to dive into your lunchbox. Welcome back, everybody. We're resuming with questions from Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Ma'am. Mr. Ackledge, just before we took the break, we were just looking at GPS 24 and the climate change focus in that being restricted to the ERP projects, ERP2 projects. So, as I understand from your evidence, the general focus of GPS 24 is on economic returns and value for money. Is that correct?
GPS 24 has 4 strategic priorities, so economic growth and productivity, safety, resilience, and value for money. So 4 strategic priorities.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. So, for example, you were talking before, Mr. Benyon, about public transport and the impact on emissions. So, at paragraph 46 of your evidence, you're referring to walking and cycling. Investment. So that's that on its own. The objectives for that is if it's justified by economic and public safety factors, as I understand it. So that's the relevant factors that apply to walking and cycling paths.
I think that's partly correct. I'd also note that walking and cycling does have co-benefits in terms of emissions reduction and also health for individuals as well. When we do or when NZTA looks at making investments, it does think about those wider co-benefits that can be achieved.
So just to drill down on that, so under the GPS 24, so for example, cycling and walking paths, they need to be justified by economic and public safety factors. So even though they may have incidental benefits for reducing emissions, from what I understand, that can't be a reason for investments in cycle paths and walking paths on its own. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So just the last question I have. Paragraph 19, you refer to the general targets in ERP1 relating to transport, and you, Mr. Benyon, referred those to you. For example, zero emission vehicles reduce to increase to 30% of the light fleet, reducing total kilometres travelled by light fleet by 20%, reducing emissions from freight transport by 35%, and reduce intensity transport fuel by 10% by 2035. So those are no longer specific targets in ERP2. But do you have any idea how we're tracking towards those 2035 targets that did exist in ERP1?
The main thing that the Ministry monitors is the uptake of zero emissions vehicles. We do continue to monitor that. I think it's well known that when the clean car discount was removed, we did see a dip in electric vehicles being sold. Over the last year, we've seen that restabilise and recover, and even quite recently through the Middle East fuel issues, we've seen an increase in electrification of vehicles. We do continue to monitor that, and we are anticipating continued uptake. The technical annex that the Ministry for the Environment provides does put some future forecasts for electrification of the vehicle fleet. which does show continued uptake. And I would note too that since the Clean Car Discount program was in place and subsequently removed, we have seen additional choice and competition in new models of electric vehicles coming into New Zealand. And we have seen a price drop of those quite significantly. They were previously around 60,000 for an EV. You can now get one for around 30,000. So we are seeing that market change happening.
Yes, because broadly, well, anecdotally, it seems to be that that cheaper EVs aren't significantly more expensive than equivalent internal combustion engine vehicles. Is that your understanding?
That is the trend that we're seeing, yes.
Yes. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your evidence and for answering my questions. That's all the questions I have, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. We now have questions from Phoenix Law.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Rutledge, for your evidence. Now, I see that you are the Acting Deputy Chief Executive of the Policy Group at the Ministry of Transport. I want to ask you, in that role, your team provides advice to the Minister of Transport on environmental and climate-related transport policy, yes?
Just to clarify, I was previously the Acting Deputy Chief Executive Policy. I'm no longer in that role. I'm back at my substantive role as Director Aviation. But under the Acting Deputy Chief Executive, yes, I did have those responsibilities.
And you accept that transport decisions made today can shape outcomes for decades, particularly in relation to roads, rail networks, ports, and public transport systems, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
The Ministry is therefore not simply advising on short-term transport settings, but on long-term systems that affect how communities access work, schools, health services, whānau and markets, yes?
Correct.
And for rural Māori communities, transport infrastructure is not just a convenience. It is often the difference between being connected or being isolated. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
You explained that the Ministry does not itself deliver most transport services, as you've said in your summary this morning, and that operational decisions are largely made by Crown entities such as NZTA, yes?
Correct.
The Ministry still advises, however, on the national policy framework that shapes those decisions, yes?
That's correct.
And the government policy statement on land transport sets the Crown's strategic priorities for transport investment over a 10-year period, yes?
Correct.
So whilst NZTA has operational independence, the Crown still determines the policy settings and investment priorities that guide the system. That's correct, yes?
That's correct.
Excellent. Now I'll just move on to the evidence that you gave regarding ERP. You acknowledge in your evidence that ERP1 recognised the transport system is inequitable, yes?
That's correct.
The ERP transport chapter specifically acknowledged that Māori Pacifica disabled people, low-income households, older people, children, and rural communities often underserved by the transport system and overburdened by negative impacts, yes?
Yes, that was what the ERP1 said.
You'd accept that that is a significant acknowledgement by the Crown, yes?
I believe so.
It means that before any transitions occur, Māori and rural communities are already starting from a position of disadvantage in the transport system. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
I'd accept there's always more to do to improve outcomes for all people, correct?
And now under ERP2, the ETS price contributes to petrol prices at the pump, yes?
Yes.
Your evidence says that ETS unit price contributed around 14 to 15 cents per litre to petrol prices, yes?
That's correct.
And the ERP2 technical annex acknowledges that fuel costs represent a higher share of income for lower income households, yes?
That's correct.
It also acknowledges lower income households needing a private vehicle are less able to meet the upfront cost of switching to an EV or hybrid, yes?
That's correct.
That is precisely the issue raised by Wainata in the claimant evidence you respond to, isn't it? That Māori in isolated communities often rely on private vehicles, lack public transport, and cannot afford EVs or readily access EV services.
That is correct.
Yes. Your answer in the brief of evidence is that public transport generally reflects population density and need, and that it is not unusual that isolated communities have less public transport, yes?
That is correct.
But that does not solve that doesn't solve the inequity, does it?
You could argue that, yes.
Well, what do you see as solving the inequity there? Do you have a solution, perhaps?
Well, I'm mindful that in the ERP2 technical annex, there was the acknowledgement of those inequities for lower income people, including Māori, and that there can be regional inequities too. The government's role in income support is a particular kind of mitigation there. I think also when we do think about particularly kind of rural and more isolated people in the way that you've described, part of the response too is also about kind of the safety and resilience of our roads as well, so that people have really good access to where they want to travel and they know that they're travelling on roads that are well maintained and safe for them as well.
Okay. Now I just want to move on and talk about public transport, cycling in rural Māori communities, and that you say the current National Land Transport Program forecasts $6.4 billion for public transport and $460 million for footpath and cycleway improvement and maintenance, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
Those investments are concentrated mainly where public transport systems exist, particularly in urban centres, yes?
Yes.
And therefore those projects whilst they may be important, they do not directly assist many rural Māori communities, do they?
They don't.
So for a whānau in Kaio, Makatu or Waimeo or remote Hawke's Bay, those investments do not necessarily provide a practical alternative to private vehicle use, do they?
They don't.
So when the Crown points to public transport investment as part of transport transition, the tribunal should understand that much of that benefit is not reaching rural Māori communities, yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, I'm just wary of time, and I'll ask my last set of questions. And they focus on infrastructure reliance. So turning to climate impacts on transport infrastructure, you'd accept that climate change will increase the severity and frequency of extreme weather events, and that these will have increased impacts on infrastructure, including transport infrastructure, yes? You also acknowledge that the claimant evidence that has discussed roads and bridges being damaged and communities being isolated after severe weather events, yes? Sorry, I missed that, Ms. Rutledge.
Yes.
That is consistent with the claimed evidence of Ms. Cowarty, who describes describes her Waimio whānau becoming isolated during floods, with road access submerged, power cuts, and food and water supplies being disrupted, yes?
Yes.
And there's a number of other claimants that have given some fairly similar evidence. So these are not just isolated examples. They show a pattern of rural Māori communities being disproportionately exposed when the transport infrastructure fails, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, your evidence says that following Cyclone Gabrielle, there was specific additional funding, including $567 million to NZTA for immediate work on state highways in affected areas. But that is largely reactive funding after disaster strikes, isn't it?
It is, but I'd also note under the government policy statement on land transport, there's been a very significant focus on resilience.
It does not necessarily mean the Crown has proactively protected rural Māori communities from being isolated before the next disaster, does it now?
Look, I don't know if I would argue that. I would note that the GPS does have that very strong strategic priority around resilience, and the intent of that strategic priority is to be more proactive and more preventative, so that the roads are in better state and more able to withstand natural storms and disasters. So I think the focus really is on much more prevention to ensure that those people are less affected by that risk of being isolated and cut off.
Well, you talk about preventative measures, Ms. Rutledge, but the issue is that where roads, bridges and highways near these Māori communities are owned by different controlling authorities, such as the NZTA, local councils and regional councils, there is a real risk that responsibility becomes fragmented, isn't it?
I don't know if I would say that. It would probably depend a little bit on the particular circumstances. I'd be really conscious that the NZTA is responsible for state highways, and it does have that very clear responsibility. It does work very closely with regional and local councils, so I'm not clear that there is that risk that you've identified. But I've also talked to NZTA, and they are very committed to working with local and regional government.
But in practice, Ms. Rutledge, isn't, when you've got these competing entities, doesn't it come down to an issue where essentially you have a situation where each entity passes the buck on to the other without really doing much before the next disaster strikes?
Look, I'm not aware of that. I would note that each roading controlling authority is responsible for developing a regional land transport plan. It does that in close consultation with a whole range of communities, and it does it in close consultation with the NZTA. So I think there is a good understanding at that regional level of the regional needs of all of those communities.
Okay. And then from the perspective of an affected Māori community like that of Ms. Cowarty's or Ms. Rātima, who's also given evidence much in the same light, and also Ms. Sawhirangi Lawrence, from their perspective, it may not matter which agency owns the road, but what matters is whether the Crown systems ensures that they're not left isolated. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Rutledge. I have no further questions, ma'am. And I seek leave to put some questions in writing, however, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next questions are from Ms. Rongo.
Thank you, Mum. We have no questions to ask this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Te Whenua.
Thank you, Mum. Tēnā koe, Ms. Rutledge. Are you able to hear me well?
Tēnā koe, yes I am, thank you.
Ka pai. My name is Ms. Te Whenua, and I appear for two claimant groups within this inquiry, one being Te Arawa, as Climate Change Committee Te Urunga o Kia, and the other being Ngāti Ue Pōhatu. Now, Ngāti Ue Pōhatu are situated in the Waiapu catchment Ruatoria area of Te Tairāwhiti. So my questions are coming from their particular perspective today. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow up on my friend Mr. Kudos's approach, which is just to really take a look at your Manatū Waka role as the government's lead advisor on transport, infrastructure and policy. Now, is it correct that the Ministry for Transport Manatū Waka has a Māori strategy called He Arataki?
Yes, it is correct.
And Mum, may I share my screen and just bring that up for the benefit of the parties in the tribunal, the strategy?
Yes, just a moment. You should have it now.
Thank you. Ms. Rutledge, is this a copy of the strategy, to your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Ka pai. And it's correct, isn't it, that the purpose of the strategy, as highlighted there at the very top, if you can see my cursor, I'm not quite sure, says a transport system. The purpose is a transport system that enables Māori to flourish. That's correct?
Oh, that is correct.
And it's correct, isn't it, that the strategy supports the ministry's obligations as a treaty partner, which is down here to the left at number 4. That's correct?
That is correct.
And in addition, with respect to the links, ngā honona, of this strategy with the Māori strategy with your ministerial strategic focuses for Te Manatū Waka, it's correct, isn't it, that you develop, the ministry develops the ministry's understanding as to why Māori are disproportionately impacted by transport incomes and recognise that Māori partnership is critical to understanding the issues and opportunities for Māori in transport, and that the ministry respect the vital role of iwi Māori in the economic and social fabric of New Zealand. That's a critical strategic link, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Kia ora. And lastly, in terms of the strategic priority areas, it's correct that the ministry's policy design and advice delivers improved transport sector outcomes for Māori as a key strategic priority. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'll stop share here. But against that backdrop, I'd like to ask, does the ministry specifically incorporate treaty considerations into climate resilience planning for roading infrastructure?
So I just need to be clear about our role versus the NZTA's role. So the ministry obviously provides that strategic oversight of the government policy statement on land transport. So our role is to set those strategic priorities, establish the revenue required for the GPS to be delivered, and to set activity classes. We don't make individual decisions about roads. The NZTA does make those individual decisions, and it has an investment management approach where it works through carefully how different investments would meet the strategic priorities as set out in the GPS, but it also considers other matters such as climate impacts as well.
Yes, thank you. I suppose what I'm getting at is with respect to the strategic and policy advice that you provide as a lead advisor on transport infrastructure and policy, does that specific advice incorporate Te Tiriti o Waitangi?
It does on a case-by-case basis, and we're obviously very conscious of our obligations under the Land Transport Management Act, where there are obligations to work with Māori, and we're also very conscious of the Cabinet Office circular around Te Tiriti requirements.
Ka pai, and sorry, just going to... In terms of that case-by-case basis, you're aware that Te Tairawhiti has been repeatedly isolated by extreme weather events, correct?
Correct.
And that as a result of those events, Te Tairawhiti communities experience recurring road closures, infrastructure failures, and loss of access to essential services?
Correct.
So in terms of that case-by-case basis, does your policy advice involve an analysis of Te Tairawhiti vulnerability to infrastructural damage, extreme weather events and resilience across time?
So I just sort of reiterate that with the government policy statement on land transport, there is a strategic priority around resilience. And while the ministry as such doesn't look at particular regions in the way that you've described, it is our intent that funding can flow to those regions where resilience, is an important factor. And then we're really conscious that, the NZTA works very closely with the relevant councils there and the communities to understand the specific needs of those communities. And we're very conscious that Tairawhiti, in the way that you've described, has been very impacted by weather events, but it's also probably best for NZTA and the councils to work together to come up with the best mix of solutions that both address the kind of immediate problems but also are more preventative in their nature.
Just to be clear, is that a no?
I don't believe that's a no. I'm just trying to explain the way the ministry applies its policy focus, and that we take a national approach, and the importance of resilience has been clearly recognised.
Thank you. Has the ministry developed any framework for prioritising resilience investment with respect to policy advice for Māori communities who face repeated isolation from flooding or storm damage?
We haven't done that separately ourselves, but again, I'd just refer you back to the work that NZTA does with regional councils and local communities, so that there's a very clear understanding of what those regions need in terms of their resilience.
Okay, I think I'll leave my questions there, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Whenua. We now have questions from the tribunal.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been asked, but Ms. Rotich, when you were reading your evidence, at paragraph 41, I think it is, you said, when you're reading it, it says June 2026, and you said July. Has that slipped a bit, or?
Paragraph 41 of my evidence that you're referring to?
No, sorry, of the one you were reading, the summary evidence.
Oh, right, sorry. This is in regard to the clean car standard.
Paragraph 41.
41, yeah. So that work is underway at the moment, and it is expected to go to Cabinet in June this year,
So it's still
2026.
June, not July.
Not July, no,
Yeah,
June.
thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's all, thank you. Yeah.
Kia ora, Ms Rutledge. I just had a couple of questions. I just wanted to clarify the comments around the loan, which obviously is something that's happened more recently that's included in your summary. As I understand it, that loan is just to the two companies that have also agreed to contribute, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it's not to the private sector generally, it'll be just ChargeNet and Meridian?
Sorry, it is to those two parties, but they did respond to a wider request for proposals, so other parties had the opportunity to also apply for that.
Okay. But the actual decision was that the money will just go to those two. The interest-free loans will just go to those two companies. Yes, that is correct. Okay. And I think at the time that the Minister for Transport at the time as well said that the loans were preferable to grants. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. What do you understand to be the current situation in regard to electric vehicles in terms of what percentage they make up of new cars?
I would have to check the figures for you in terms of the current percentage. I'm conscious, I think in New Zealand we have around 120,000 electric vehicles in the fleet as a whole, but that is at the moment a small proportion of the entire fleet.
Right. It seems at the time that in 2023 EVs accounted for 27% of new vehicle sales. As at March 2026, 1 in 9 cars sold are electric. Does that sound right to you in terms of the numbers?
It sounds reasonable, right. Yes. Yeah.
And is that given the 1 in 9, is that a pretty low number for electric vehicles?
I think it's hard to say if it's a high number or a low number. But obviously, over time we are expecting to see more and more uptake of electric vehicles.
And is that on the basis that there will be more charging stations?
More charging stations will certainly help. It'll help address those issues around range anxiety that people have. So they'll have more confidence that they know that when they are travelling across regions and around the country, they will have access to reliable, fast charging structures. But we'd also expect other things to come into play as well. We are seeing, as I said earlier, that a few years ago, the average cost of an EV could be around that $60,000 mark. At the moment, we've seen that price really come down, and you can get an EV for around $30,000. So as we're seeing more choice, more brands, more models coming into New Zealand, we are seeing that higher uptake starting to re-emerge.
So what's your view about whether, for example, the road user charges on electric vehicles, would that increase uptake?
Well, that will expose EV owners to paying road user charges, so that will be a financial cost on them. So that may slightly disincentivise their willingness to buy an EV. That is a change from the previous policy, absolutely.
Right. And I think you referred to it as well to say that the issue of having 10,000 charges, more charges of whatever level, by 2030 is probably an overly ambitious target.
I definitely didn't say that.
Oh, but I'm paraphrasing. Would you say that it is, well, What do you consider as the likelihood of meeting 10,000 by 2030?
I think it's it will be ambitious and it will require investment to get there. But I'm also mindful that as of about a year ago, we had 1,300 or so charges. We're now up to 1,800. We've got another 2,500 coming on stream. The technology is constantly improving, and some of the other policy changes that have been made around no longer needing a resource consent to put a charger in should help. But as I've said, additional investment would be required.
So when you say 2,500, by what date?
Oh, look, I'd have to double check that.
Okay. The other question relates to, I think, the issue of, you made a comment here, let me just find in paragraphs 33 and 34, I think, of your summary. Essentially from your outline of the GPS that were and the GPS that are, would it be fair to say that the identification or elevation or priority of environment and climate change has changed now from what was 2018 and 21 to what is now 2024?
Yes, that would be fair.
And just finally, I just, in terms of the issue in relation to Māori, first of all, would it be fair to say that with the ERP 2 and the changes from ERP 1 and so on, that there's been a shift towards a more market-led, extractive perhaps and technology-dependent approach rather than a sort of just transition? Would that be a fair assessment of the differences that have occurred?
That would be a fair description.
Okay. And do you agree that in the situation for Māori, that as a general observation, would you see that Māori carry the burdens, both of the physical impacts of climate change, as we've heard during the course of this on land and so on, and on the communities, but also perhaps carry the economic costs when the transition isn't quite as smooth as it could be? Would that be a fair assumption?
I think it's broadly fair. I think we are really conscious, as with Mr. Te Whenua's questions, that particular regions, particularly Tairāwhiti and Northland, are more impacted by weather events, and that does have a real cost for those communities.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Rutledge.
Thank you, Ms. Rutledge, for your brief and explanations. Quite a few of the questions that I had have been answered. I saw a news item last night on a major trucking company moving into hydrogen fueled vehicles, and I forget the number, forgive me, but there was something lined up ahead of them. Question, I know you mentioned it in your evidence, but has there been any growth of the hydrogen vehicle take-up exponentially in the last short while?
Look, again, I'd have to come back to you on that. I think the hydrogen vehicle levels have been very, very small.
Yes.
And so it's really coming off a very small base. So I think we are seeing some increase, but what that increase looks like, we could certainly come back to you on.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, we've talked about rural communities who have, in many cases, deprivation at various levels because of things we've talked about already. How are we getting the spread of charging stations across the country that reflect when you might have, it's been mentioned here, a small community, and there might only be 2 vehicles in the community, so it won't compare with putting a charging station in Māori in Auckland, for instance. How do you balance some of that up? So if you go and get that rural community to also take up the opportunity of a $30,000 or thereabouts EV, because there is a charging station within 20 minutes, half an hour. How are you differentiating between a charging station in Māori that might have 500 vehicles a day go through it versus a small rural community with all those deprivation issues we've talked about, but wishing to move that way? How do you split that?
Thank you. That's a good question. So the decisions that have been taken on the rollout of EV chargers have been taken by NIFCO, so not by the ministry itself. But the way we designed the policy was that you should see that spread of chargers being rolled out across communities in New Zealand. There was a strong preference from ministers to undertake cost-benefit analysis for the majority of those charge points, so it would tend to favour those more densely populated areas, but there was a clear acknowledgement from ministers that we should be thinking also about other parts of the country where, like you say, they've got more dispersed populations, lower numbers of people. So while I can't answer to the exact decisions that have been taken, the policy design was to get that balance across different types.
So there's a mechanism there to consider 10 people a day in Ruatoria accessing it versus 500 people a day in Māori, for instance.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
The second part is the regional transport plans and strategies. There is quite a process to go through. Can you just take us through, please? For the record, a regional transport plan starts off as an issue and ends up after considerable consultation by road users and other parts of the community. Can you just take us through a little bit to arrive at not only the social use, if you like, of residential vehicles, but also the transport network, whether it's a milk tanker or whether it's a cattle truck up a backcountry road. How does all that fold into the regional council carrying out the function of working with NZTA, local authorities and other people, other agencies?
We could get you some more information on this because obviously NZTA is the lead agency on how those regional land transport plans are developed. But at a high level, the way I would describe it is that the road controlling authority, which tends to be the regional council, is the lead in developing those plans. It'll take advice from its own internal people, its own roading engineers, traffic engineers, the people who are looking at the state of the local network that they have, so that they have a really good understanding of the state of the network that they serve. They'll also be taking into account things like their own public transport plans, which most regional authorities have, and starting to build a picture of their priorities. And then alongside that, there is a lot of consultation, which is done under the Local Government Act with a range of communities. Each road controlling authority will handle that in a slightly different way, depending on their operating practices.
Okay. How does it fit into charging in homes, for instance? Is there any, during that putting together that strategy and program of having charging stations or charging facilities in their home, is there any support that goes into that?
Look, I'm not aware of regional land transport plans particularly considering charging. I'm not aware of that.
No, it's fine. Now, the last question is electric bicycles. I understand there is a private provider putting in charging stations for electric bikes across the country. Is that coming in under regional transport strategies and plans? Do you know?
I'm not aware of that. That was something I'd need to check for you. Yeah.
I know the rail trail or the cycleway trail business. There is a company that's putting these charging stations in. I just wondered whether there was any linkage between that physical asset and a vehicle charging either together. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Tēnā koe. I think I heard your preference was Routledge, was it, for your name?
That is correct.
Because I would have said Rutledge, but Routledge is your preference, so I should call you that. Thank you for your evidence. David Williams is talking to you now. Mr. Benyon has already referred to paragraph 6 of your full submission, full brief of evidence. And so what we're talking about today is 17.5% of the gross greenhouse emissions coming out of New Zealand. And that figure is from ERP2, according to your footnote, so that's December 2024, pretty up to date. So it's a very large proportion of the total greenhouse emissions that New Zealanders are responsible for. Just to say that before I ask my question, one of the difficulties I have as a tribunal member is that our jurisdiction relates to the Crown. Now, you are of the Crown, but many of these other entities are state-owned enterprises with a minister being the shareholder, or independent in some way or other. And so several of your answers today sort of say, well, actually, we don't control that, these other people control it. So it makes it difficult to know how the Crown can be accountable overall, given that we're dealing with a very huge proportion of the total emissions. But so that leads me then to paragraph 22 of your summary today, and I've highlighted the sentence which says that the transport policies in ERP2 are not intended to significantly reduce emissions themselves. So just a very broad question, really. We've had decades of scientists telling us about the impact of greenhouse gas emissions, we've had conferences and parties year by year and looking at Paris agreements and all sorts of other things. So that for the Ministry of Transport at the moment, you are happy that the ERP transport policies are not intended to significantly reduce emissions?
Well, I think we acknowledge the overall approach in ERP2, where the emissions trading scheme is doing, the heavy lifting on emissions reduction. And then our focus really is on what sort of complementary policies might be needed to, support the ETS to play its role, but also to channel investment into those sorts of things that need to be addressed through removing regulatory or other market barriers.
And so further to Ms. Kapwa's question, that's primarily market mechanisms to encourage people to move to electrification of vehicles, whether light or heavy?
Primarily, yes.
Primarily. Yeah. Second question, paragraph 40 of your summary, you're talking about the clean vehicle standard and setting the annual fleet average CO2 targets for vehicle importers. And the last sentence of paragraph 40, the new targets maintain a level of ambition and CO2 emissions close to that of lead jurisdictions. Can you tell me who the lead jurisdictions are?
I would particularly note that we are looking to be a sort of equivalent to Australia. That is one jurisdiction which is leading. Yep.
Not China, for example?
No, I don't think I've seen China in the analysis that we've done.
They produce a lot of e-vehicles, and I think are aiming quite a lot higher than we are at the moment. Is that worth looking at?
I think
policies that China implements.
I think that is correct. Yeah, they are very heavily investing in electrification of vehicles. We are seeing a huge number of EVs coming out of China these days.
But I mean, usually New Zealand compares itself with Australia, Canada, US, UK, or EU, something or other. Whoever wrote lead jurisdictions must have had something in mind. So could you put in writing what the lead jurisdictions were that were referred to, please?
Sure. Yep.
That would put it on the record for us. And my remarks are just purely saying, well, China can do some of these things. Why can't some of the rest of us? But there we are. That's my personal opinion. Judge, that's my questions. Thank you. And thank you for your evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Routledge. I just following on a little bit from what Professor Williams was asking you, it says in paragraph 40, a level of ambition in CO2 emissions close to that of lead jurisdictions. And as you're finding out that information of what the lead jurisdictions are, I'd like to know what close means. Now, I've got a question. Most of my questions have been asked, but you refer in paragraph 57.2 of your main brief. Sorry, I'm just getting there myself. To the, first of all, to the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, which was introduced in August 2025, and I'm just wondering when it's anticipated that it will become law.
I will check that for you. Yeah, I will check that for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And I'm not asking about the bill itself as such, but it refers to enhancing this, you're referring to the bill enhancing the standards flexibility measures by, at 57.2, extending the use of borrowing of future target overachievement beyond 2025. And I was just wondering what the expectation of future target overachievement is.
This is where the clean vehicle standard gets quite technical, so it might be better that we do follow up with a sort of a proper response for you. And I just need to check whether it's a sort of over a 3-year period or a 4-year period. It is quite a technical area. Yeah,
but there is an expectation that there will be an overachievement in terms of the clean vehicle standard, that at some point all our vehicles will be clean and not emitting carbon or whatever.
Yeah, what this refers to is that the credit regime that has been in place has often had quite short periods, maybe sort of 2 to 3 years, where those credits are available. And then when we see that sort of economic conditions change so that there are less vehicles coming into the country, or there's less interest in electric vehicles, that those credits that have been obtained by vehicle importers have then sort of expired. So the intent here is more about how do we give a little bit more availability and a little bit more time, so that when conditions are good and you're seeing an overachievement, that those credits can last a little bit longer in times when conditions aren't so good.
Well, if you could give us a full answer about that, because I'm not really understanding what the philosophy behind allowing that extension of time is.
Yeah, we can come back to you with a full answer on that. Yep.
All right, thank you. And I'm just checking my question at paragraph 64. And again, this is the clean vehicle. I think it might have been asked, actually. Sorry. But at paragraph 64, before the scheme was repealed, modelling showed that removal of the scheme was not expected to affect achievement of the transport sector's contribution to the first emissions budget. Can you tell me why that was?
Again, probably it's a good thing to follow up with written answer, but obviously when we were looking at the removal of the scheme, it seemed the modelling was clear that it wouldn't be affecting EB1.
I'm not sure what that means. That's I suppose what you can, if you could encapsulate that within the follow-up, that would be lovely. Thank you. And then lastly, paragraph 65, where we're talking again about the fact that Māori and along with Pacific peoples were less likely to have benefited from the scheme. You might need to follow up. I'm just wondering how the issue of actually reducing emissions by having this clean car discount scheme and therefore encouraging even wealthier New Zealanders to buy electric vehicles, how the fact that the reduction in emissions and the fact that when they buy their new machine a couple of years later, there's more cheaper used EVs available. How the reduction in emissions was taken into account, because I would have thought that reducing emissions was a benefit to everyone, including Māori and other disadvantaged groups.
I mean, the discount did provide that incentive for people to purchase electric vehicles. But I'd also just like to signal that the clean vehicle standard is also an important mechanism which is designed to improve the availability of low emission vehicles that are affordable to all New Zealanders as well. So, while the clean car discount played a role, other things like the clean vehicle standard also helped to bring in higher numbers of low emission vehicles.
But your evidence does refer to flexibility being given to, which will mean, I think, that higher emitting vehicles will be coming into New Zealand, as well, hopefully, as low emitting electric vehicles. So I'm not quite sure how the two policies work together to remove emissions or reduce emissions.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. So the discount provided a rebate on electric vehicles, and then it also provided a charge on higher emitting vehicles. And the idea of that scheme was that the rebates given out would be covered by the charges collected, so that at the individual level, there would be a stronger incentive to buy a low emissions vehicle, and those wanting to buy high emission vehicles, often utes, paid a charge. So that really did affect people at the kind of individual level. We were really conscious with the clean car discount that that scheme was unlikely to be sustainable in the way that it was designed. Over time, we would have seen that charges would have become higher and higher, and then the rebates provided would have become quite low. So there were some questions about the sustainability of that scheme, and I think we were also conscious of, that wealthier New Zealanders were more likely to benefit from it, and then people living in rural regions where there was, limited access to electrified utes could have been penalised by it. So there were some equity issues with that particular scheme, but that, as I say, was more at the individual level. The Clean Vehicle Standard is aimed more at vehicle importers and really trying to incentivise them to bring in a mix of low emission vehicles and to do more of that over time. But it also does provide some flexibility, just acknowledging that, New Zealanders do like to have access to things like utes, which are higher emissions. So the idea really is to kind of get to that kind of net balance so that we're seeing more and more low emissions vehicles coming in and hopefully over time less higher emissions vehicles.
Right, thank you. My last question, I think it's my last question, is about the reference in the Land Transport Act and to Māori and the treaty. And I'm just wondering, is it one of the pieces of legislation that is going to be affected by the proposals to standardise the, because I can't remember.
Look, I know that there has been some work on that, but where that's landed, I would need to come back to you on.
Yes, if you could do that, thank you. So thank you, those are all my questions, and I'll hand you back to Mr. Fong, who may have some questions by way of re-examination.
Your Honour, the Crown has no further questions for Ms. Rutledge. It remains for us to thank her for time and helpful evidence at the tribunal.
And can I thank you again for your time and attendance today, and for the helpful evidence that you've provided.
Judge Bennion here. If it assists, the hearing next week is going to be examining the Land Transport Amendment Act change, and it is to remove the treaty reference entirely from their legislation.
Right. Thank you. Yes, please feel free to leave. Our next witness is Mr. Martin. And
apologies, Your Honour, but I have been in contact as we've progressed this morning. Mr. Martin is available at 1, and I'm just wondering if we take the early lunch break. He just wasn't available earlier than that, so if that suits the tribunal, we have a break now. Sorry, we're running ahead of schedule.
Yes, we are, surprisingly. So thank you. Yes, we will take the break now, and the food may not have arrived yet, Mr. Bennion. But it will be here by 12:30 or earlier. So we will have our lunch and return at 1. Thank you. Oh, welcome back from lunch. A couple of things for Council to be aware of, so hopefully, particularly those online, just to note that, today might be an unusual example that we're getting ahead of time, but just to note that if on Thursday we do get ahead of time as well, that the Judicial Conference might be held a little bit earlier than 3:30. So if you can keep apprised of where we are at in the list of witnesses on Thursday, in case we can have the Judicial Conference a bit earlier. So just noting that, and we now have our witness, Mr. Martin, here with us. So thank you for being able to come earlier than expected. And I will just hand you over to your counsel to introduce you. Is it Mr. Fong?
Mr. Fong again. Thank you, Your Honour.
Kia ora, Mr. Fong.
Thank you, Your Honour. Tēnā koe, Mr. Martin. Can you hear me clearly? By way of formalities, can I get you to confirm to the tribunal that your full name is William John Martin?
Yes.
And that for the purposes of this inquiry, you have filed a brief of evidence dated the 29th of this, September 2025?
Yes, correct.
Yes. And the appellation number for the tribunal's benefit is A135. And you have prepared also speaking notes summarising your evidence, correct?
Yes, correct.
Can I now invite you to present your summary? Thank you.
E te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi, e ngā mema o te tarai piunara, tēnā koutou. E ngā roia o ngā kai kereme, tēnā koutou, tēnā kūrua, pia. E ngā roia o te karauna, tēnā hoki kōrua, koutou. He uri tēnei no Ngāti Wai, Ngā Puhi, Ngāti Whātua me Ngāti Tamatera. Ki taku mahi nei ko te paupu tai ao Māori ahau ki MB ki hikina whakatutuki. O te rā, tēnā koutou katoa. Chairperson, members of the tribunal, counsel for the claimants and counsel for the Crown, I acknowledge you all and thank you for the opportunity to present my evidence today. My name is Willie John Martin, also known as Willie John Martin. I am the Director of Māori Science, Innovation and Technology at the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. This oral summary is a summary of my written brief of evidence. It is intended to highlight the main themes already before the tribunal. I have also included a section on the recent public announcements relating to the science system reform made after the filing of my brief of evidence. My role at MB is focused on science systems stewardship. This involves stewarding policy and investments. I'm responsible for advice on how MB designs and administers science funding, its mechanisms to address the Crown's treaty obligations and respond to Māori interests. Although I have a research background, I currently do not conduct research myself, and I do not make funding decisions on individual projects. My evidence, therefore, addresses the structure and operation of the public science system, stewarded by MB on behalf of the Crown, rather than the merits of any particular research proposal. The public science system is not a single fund or program.
It is a plural system made up of different funding instruments with different purposes. These include funds that are mission-directed, contestable investor-led, capability building, and, at times, emergency or urgency-based funding. Each instrument is designed to meet different objectives, and Māori participation and leadership occur in different ways and to different degrees across that system. The diversity of funds, topics, purposes, and delivery mechanisms is essential to accurately assess whether policy approaches are sufficient to support inclusion and uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi. This assessment must also account for the sequence in which decisions are made across policy design and the different stages of implementation. Climate change research is addressed across the science system rather than in one standalone fund. It appears in mission-directed programs such as National Science Challenges, in contestable research funds, and in targeted responses to specific events, such as extreme weather. Vision Mātauranga is the Crown's primary framework for recognising Māori interest within publicly funded research. It seeks to support Māori participation, Māori capability, and Māori-led research, including the use of Mātauranga Māori. There is no single formula nor quota that determines how Vision Mātauranga should be expressed in every context. The aim is to apply each funding tool in a way that is appropriate to its subject, objectives, and structural design. There is rarely a single right approach. Instead, value lies in approaches that demonstrably contribute to the intended policy outcomes. In my written evidence, I mention the Deep South National Science Challenge as an example of Māori climate research receiving support through a significant national climate initiative. There may be a range of views on whether the level of activity was adequate. However, Deep South included a dedicated Vision Mātauranga program funding 25 Māori-led or Māori-centred research projects. These projects addressed issues such as coastal adaptation, mahinga kai, community resilience, relocation, and Mātauranga-based climate knowledge. I also refer to the Māori Determined Extreme Weather Fund, which was established following the 2023 North Island extreme weather events. This fund was designed as an urgency response. It involved Māori-led decision-making and funded projects delivered directly by iwi Māori organisations. My evidence does not assert that the current level of funding is sufficient in all aspects. However, I do state that there is no single correct percentage of science funding that must be Māori-led. Funding levels are influenced by factors such as workforce capacity, community readiness, alignment with Māori priorities, and alignment with scientific goals. All publicly funded research is required to satisfy standards of accountability and quality. When there is limited system capacity in a particular area, such as the low level of Māori STEM capability, this should be recognised as a limiting factor. As I discussed in my evidence, this is one reason that might explain the proportion of research funding for climate research or by Māori for Māori initiatives. It is also important to recognise that most mātauranga Māori activity rightly sits outside the Crown science system and with community, and should not be assumed to be entirely absent or undervalued as a result. The public science system is currently undergoing reform. Those reforms include consideration of how mātauranga Māori and Māori research aspirations can be recognised and enabled within the future science, innovation and technology system. Consistent with paragraphs 40 and 41 of my written evidence, there is no plan to review or remove the Vision Mātauranga policy. Further, the detailed arrangements for the future funding system are still being developed. My written evidence describes the past funding arrangements and the pre-reform science system. It does not anticipate nor seek to predict the specific funding outcomes of the current reforms. Since I filed my brief in September 2025, there have been public announcements relating to science system reform, and I understand the tribunal has been asked to consider whether my evidence remains current in that context. By way of context, on the 14th of October 2025, the government announced reforms to the science, innovation and technology system, including the establishment of Research Funding New Zealand, RFNZ, as the single funding decision maker for most research funding decisions across the system, within a new outcomes-focused framework organised around 4 pillars. On the 1st of April 2026, MB published the first report of the Prime Minister's Science, Innovation and Technology Advisory Council. That report recommends structuring investment around 4 pillars, including environmental sustainability and resilience, and reallocating $122 million towards advanced technologies, alongside a shift towards a more mission-led funding balance. MB has published information about these reforms on its website entitled A New Funding Strategy for the Science System, Refocusing the Science, Innovation and Technology System, and Research Funding New Zealand. I attached this information to my talking points to provide further context. The government has not yet issued its science investment plan in response to the Council's advice. MB has indicated that the Science Investment Plan will set system-wide strategic research priorities, and that RFNZ will develop pillar investment plans to operationalise those priorities. For present purposes, my evidence remains current and accurate as a description of science funding arrangements and funding decisions as they operated and as funding has occurred up to the date of this tribunal hearing. The reform signals change in how national priorities will be identified and how funding decisions will be structured. But implementation is at an early stage, and it is not yet possible to state how climate change-related research, including Māori climate research, will be managed or funded in practice under the new settings. In summary, my evidence outlines the ways that Māori climate research has been funded across multiple parts of the public science system. It shows that the decisions made and approaches taken, such as including Māori-led and Māori-determined topics, have occurred at various parts of the system using a range of mechanisms. My evidence does not claim that the system is perfect, nor that all inequities have been resolved. It does not attempt to resolve which approaches are right, rather that there are various elements to consider and more than one option possible at any stage. Those are the matters I wish to highlight for the Tribunal. Tēnā koutou. Thank you for your summary, Mr. Martin. We now have questions from Claimant Council, and we begin with Tuko Law.
Your Honour, I think Tuko Law indicated that they wouldn't be taking up the time that they'd requested.
Oh, yes.
When they gave appearances this morning.
That's correct. You're right.
Yes, ma'am, I can confirm you can hear me.
Thank you. So we are moving on to Woodward Law.
Your Honour, aroha mai, we also don't have any questions for Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Te Whenua.
A tēnā koe e tā, ko Tania Te Whenua taku ingoa. Nei au ka mihi atu ki a koe I whai wā mo tēnei o tō tātou kaupapa. Tēnei uri o nai tūhoi te whakatōhea e mihi atu ki a koe, te uri o Ngāti Wai.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe. Now, just for positioning, I'm counsel for two claimant groups within this inquiry. One is Ngāti Ue Pohatu. The claimant there is Tui Wāmanhoven of the Waiapu Catchment Ruatoria, Rohe, and the second is Te Uringa o Kia or Te Arawa, whose witness, Sandy Morrison, is one whose affidavit you replied to in your evidence. So I'll be looking at that with respect to my questions to you today. Just to start, I'm going to look at the point that you make in your affidavit and also in your summary today. We point out at page 2 of your speaking notes that there's really a single right approach with respect to funding of research, science and innovation for Māori communities in particular. And you note that instead value lies in approaches that demonstrably contribute to the intended policy outcomes. Now, with respect to those intended policy outcomes, the intended policy outcomes that we're seeing with our current government's approach are predominantly economic, aren't they?
Yes, there is a strong emphasis on economic development and economic growth in line with the Going for Growth agenda.
Kia ora. Now turning to your paragraph 13, and you highlight the MB's core responsibilities with respect to advising the government on science, innovation, policy, developing policy in response to ministerial directions and government priorities. Just confirming that's your core responsibility, correct?
Can you say that again? Thanks.
Yes, sorry. Just referring to your paragraph 13 and confirming MB's core responsibilities include advising the government on science and innovation policy, developing policy in response to ministerial directions and government priorities, and implementing that policy through the design and management of funding mechanisms and programs. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And MB also monitors the performance of public research organisations to support and inform shareholding ministers. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in addition, you lead strategic planning and system stewardship and ensure that science investments are aligned with national priorities and deliver public value. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
As part of that stewardship, do you agree that this would include responsibilities for ensuring the system operates consistently with treaty obligations?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. And do you accept that the Crown's obligations are not limited to permitting Māori participation in New Zealand's Crown-funded research, science and innovation systems, but require positive steps to ensure equitable participation and outcomes?
Could you repeat the question? It's got a number of parts to it, so I just want to make sure that I understand the totality of it.
Sure. Do you accept that the Crown's obligations are not limited to permitting Māori participation in the publicly funded research, science and innovation system? First of all, do you accept that?
It depends what you mean by participation, because leadership is also participation, as well as participation within the project itself, as if it's a project, as an active contributor, as well as a recipient of the outcomes of the project. So it depends specifically what you mean by participation, because we see all of those different types of participation throughout our different projects.
That's good. So you confirm that participation by Māori on all of those various levels that you've highlighted here are, in your view, important components of the Crown's obligations with respect to Māori participation in Crown-funded research, science and innovation.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also accept that the Crown's obligations additionally require positive steps to ensure that that participation is equitable?
I don't really know how to answer that question. The reason why is because I'm not sure if you mean the equitability at the in terms of equitability of access versus equitability of outcomes, and equitability of participation in part of the project as well. So can you give me a bit more information on what element of that you refer to?
Yes. I guess if we consider on one level what Professor Morrison's affidavit and evidence addresses, now her evidence is regarding equitable participation through funding. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe that was her implication, that she didn't really say in the evidence, but she did give a percentage of funding, citing evidence that she felt or believed that investment was not adequate. So that, if I understood her evidence correctly.
Yes, Mum, if with your leave, may I share, for the benefit of everybody, the parties, and Mr. Martin, Professor Morrison's affidavit here.
Yes, you've got sharing.
Yes,
capability now.
Thank you. And for the record, this is appellation A055. Oh, sorry, this is not what I want to share. I believe, or am I? Can I just try this share again? Martin, are you able to see the brief of evidence of Professor Morrison dated the 28th of April?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll just turn to her paragraph 25. And here she's making a particular point that the budget for the Deep South Challenge funding was up to 51.1 million over 10 years, whereas the Vision Mātauranga Māori stream, which was the only stream with a specific focus on funding Māori-led climate responsive research, had a budget of only 10% of the whole budget. Is that correct?
I'd have to trust the evidence, so I guess so.
Thank you. And at your paragraph 45 of your brief of evidence, you note that there's no right percentage of funding that should be allocated to Vision Mātauranga or by Māori for Māori projects. Instead, funding decisions must reflect a range of factors which you go on to list. That's correct, isn't it?
It is correct, yes.
But for the record, you've previously noted in your summary today, you're not making a claim that Māori are funded equitably by the system, are you?
I do not make that claim, yeah.
Aye. Now, is it correct that MB does not have a system-wide target requiring equitable proportional funding outcomes for Māori researchers or Māori-led research?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's no mandatory minimum proportion of research science funding allocated to Māori-led science. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
NMB has not provided evidence showing Māori receive funding proportionate to need, nor population, nor treaty obligations, has it?
We don't measure those things as targets, correct?
That's right. And so MB doesn't measure nor hold, therefore, nor publish comprehensive data comparing Māori and non-Māori success rates or access to all major science funding streams, correct?
That's not correct. We publish, there are some parts of data that we publish. For instance, we publish or have published in the past under our equity, diversity and inclusion policy the success rates of applicants related to diversity data that we have. We also have published the success rates of different groups that have applied and been successful in our various grants, and we do hold that data. And we and we also undertook a report about 3 years ago, I can't recall which year, that analysed the level of investment in Māori research, science and innovation, and that information is publicly available.
Oh, thank you. So given that you hold and measure those aspects, you have a sense of the scale of the inequity or otherwise. Is that correct?
We definitely have a sense of the scale of funding. I'm not sure I would call it inequities, because a lot of the research system is underpinned by a set of skills that you really need to operate in the research system. And so it's a well-known shortcoming of our kind of pipeline, that we lose a lot of Māori science capability very early on during the high school stages. And so when we have these capabilities move through into the science system as researchers, we tend to fund them to the extent that they are there, if that makes if that is clear. And so from some data that I recall, I'm not sure of the current data, but the data from some 3 or 4 years ago, Māori overperformed in their success rates in terms of how many applied to funding and how many were successful. And so what I took that to mean at the time is that once Māori are in the system, they're quite successful. But the problem is that there aren't that many that have research skills that are here in the system and can operate as scientists and researchers. So when you mention equity, I'm not sure that can mean a lot of things, even if it means that we don't fund the same percentage, or we fund a low percentage of Māori-led funding based on population. That's probably correct. But if it's about whether Māori are performing in the science system at a lower level than everybody else, I would say that's probably not correct.
Well, thank you. That's really helpful. It does loop into a line of questions that I was going to ask you later, which I will bring forward and then loop back, if I may, to some of that inequity questioning. And I'm going to refer to your paragraph 47, where you give some of the reasons around the difference in funding that Professor Morrison pointed out, for example, your paragraph 47. Sorry, and I'm just navigating there myself. Yeah. So here at your paragraph 47, which I'm happy to share also for the benefit of the parties in the tribunal, you're making the point that that around a structural constraint, the pool of qualified Māori researchers, particularly from the STEM workforce, is severely limited, affecting the volume of suitable proposals submitted for funding. So I'm going to share this. Thank you. Dual screens and I'm all over the show, but I'm going to get there. I believe this is it. You can see your paragraph 47 on the screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, so a fundamental point that I wanted to make, which I think you've addressed somewhat, is that the low number of Māori employed within the scientific institutions is not evidence of a low number of qualified or capable Māori scientists, is it?
I don't believe that's true.
You don't believe my statement's true, or you don't believe that a low number of Māori employed within scientific institutions equates to a low number of qualified or capable Māori scientists?
What it sounds like to me is that your question is saying that the institutes or organisations don't employ all the vast STEM research, Māori STEM researchers out there, but I would say that there aren't that many out there.
You don't think, do you agree that an underrepresentation of Māori within the science workforce should not be conflated with an absence of a Māori scientific capability?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you agree that an underrepresentation of Māori within the science workforce should not be conflated with an absence of Māori scientific capability?
Why I find it hard to answer that question is because it highly depends on the areas in which Māori are currently well represented in. And so I'll give you, for instance, I only know 3 or 4 Māori physicists, astrophysicists, and so it won't matter how much you, what your target is if there's not enough Māori astrophysicists. And so I find it really difficult to know whether that 2% is reflective of what you're saying, this pool of, or implying there's a big pool of researchers out there, or whether there's, which is what I believe, that the spread of research capability is simply not at a high enough level in some areas. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to refer by means of evidence that we had before the tribunal back to Professor Morrison's brief of evidence in here. If we're looking at the degree of capability with respect to the Deep South Challenge, Professor Morrison lays out the number of expressions of interest that were received at her paragraph 59 to 60, for example, 22 expressions of interest, and 10 of those were invited to submit a full proposal for projects being awarded. So you'd accept that the capability exceeds the funding available, and especially with respect to this example, do you accept that?
No. The reason I say no is because on one instant, if you look at any fund, it doesn't matter if it's Māori or not, if it's a mainstream, it's always awash with expressions of interest and awash with applications. And on top of that, not all expressions of interest or applications, proposals submitted, indicate that those proposals are ready for funding. And so there's often a case that those EOIs can't really be used as a good indication across the board, Māori or non-Māori, of the capability or readiness of applicants.
Do you think the invitation to submit a full proposal is a better indicator?
That's a good, yeah, definitely.
Ka pai, and so here, just for completeness, whereas for the Te Taura Fund at paragraph 59 of Professor Morrison's brief of evidence, she notes that 10 applicants were invited to submit a full proposal and only 4 projects were funded. Is that a good indication, do you think, of the capability being present but the funding not meeting that need?
I really couldn't say either way, because it's often the case where so many funding applications occur this way, and so full proposals are not really indicative of capability or alignment to the policy objectives. So I'll give you another example, is when it came to our Māori capability funds this time around, the He Ara Whakahihiko Capability Fund, we had the ability to fund 19 proposals. We only funded 17 proposals, yet we had in excess of 70 proposals received. The panel was all but one exclusively Māori researchers, and so that panel believed that only 17 at that particular point in time were of a level of capability that should be funded at that time. It's not to say that it won't grow over time, but nevertheless, if you looked at the number of proposals that you would receive and use that as a measurement of capability, then you would be wrong. But however, if you look at the level of fundable proposals, that's a better measure.
Thank you. No, I think I'm coming near to my time, although, Mum, can I check in, because we have had
yes,
some council not asking questions at all. Are you happy for me to continue to close?
Ms. Cherington did say that she was donating her time, which was 40 minutes, to other council. But obviously we need to, talking about equity, need to share that equitably amongst other council. So if you'd like to take another 5 minutes, that would be good.
Thank you, Mum. Now, on this point, vision, I want to raise Vision Mātauranga because Vision Mātauranga specific priority is to support Māori science capability in the systems. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
Great. So I guess, would you accept that the existence of Vision Mātauranga itself reflects the recognition, the Vision Mātauranga reflects that recognition, and that despite Vision Mātauranga existing approximately for 20 years, Māori still remain underrepresented in many areas of the science sector?
Can you say that again? Again, there's a number of elements to your question.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So,
yeah.
Despite the existence of Vision Mātauranga, it's for approximately 20 years, if I'm not wrong, Māori still remain underrepresented in many areas of the science sector. That's essentially your evidence, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay, now to close, I want to get to climate change and Māori vulnerability. You accept that climate change disproportionately affects Māori communities? Do you accept that climate change disproportionately affects Māori communities?
I I believe that's the case, but I don't have data. But that's my assumption, that climate change affects coastal rural communities highly. Having said that, there are also other metropolitan areas who don't know yet that they are climate vulnerable, but time will, the modelling tell us that it affects everybody.
Do you accept that effective climate adaptation research is important for Māori communities?
Yes.
Do you accept that inequitable access to climate research funding may prejudice Māori communities' ability to respond to climate risks?
Not so much research funding, but research capability.
So your position is that inequitable research capability may prejudice Māori communities' ability to respond to climate risk?
Yes.
And we've just discussed that MB through Vision Mātauranga is charged with supporting the growth of that research capabilities. That's correct, isn't it?
To an extent.
And my final question, would you accept that underinvestment in Māori-led climate adaptation research may impact active protection of Māori communities?
If that were the case, then it would.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. No further questions. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Te Whenua. And my apologies, Mr. Lyle, you were actually first in the list of people to ask questions. I had skipped down to the next section inadvertently, but it's over to you, Mr. Lyle, with my apologies.
Ngā mihi, Your Honour. Tēnā koe, Doctor.
Tēnā koe.
My name is Lyle and I represent 4 claimant groups. They were the groups that filed the memorandum of counsel asking if you'd be able to update some of the evidence given the time that had elapsed since you filed your initial brief of evidence. So I wanted to acknowledge that you have done that through your speaking notes and filled that gap as much as you can, but also acknowledging that it's a difficult time for us to pin things down in evidence, given that we're midstream in reform. So I think we'll grope our way through things a little today as much as we can. The first thing that I wanted to try to get some clarity on, if we could, was the Vision Mātauranga policy, which dates back to 2005. For those coming through the record later on, it's found at Record of Inquiry 135A. The policy itself, looking at it, was, I mean, you'd agree it's a robust document and quite ahead of its time in many ways at 2005. Just because, as I mentioned, the record, we won't be able to pick up a nod in the later transcript. My apologies.
Yes.
Now, you've been clear that at the date that your evidence was prepared, and then again today, that you're not aware of any consideration to remove or amend that policy. What I'd like to understand more, if we can, is given that that's been embedded across the investment areas through MB, but we're going to see the establishment of RFNZ, is that the Research Foundation of New Zealand, and MB will be passing on that responsibility. In what ways can the tribunal have some assurance that that embedded policy, as it's been done through MB, will carry on? Can we have any certainty as of today's date?
At the moment, RFNZ, Research Funding New Zealand, has been established. The 4 pillars have been announced, and at the moment they each have a pillar advisory group that has been formed to create the strategy or the approach for each of those pillars. The current working approach has been that Vision Mātauranga will sit across those pillars, and for the health pillar, that relevant health policies will be taken into account within that pillar as well. While the information relating to this is yet to be released officially, I can also say that RFNZ, the intent of RFNZ is to form a cross-pillar group that includes the Māori members of each of those pillars that can give their advice not only to their own pillars on Vision Mātauranga, but also discuss amongst themselves the common issues and approaches that they are seeing across all 4 pillars. So in time that will be more official, and we can provide information regarding that as it becomes available. But I share that because the pillar members themselves know that that is the case.
Just on the health pillar while we're there, so the understanding that we have is the Health Research Council is currently, or as far as their website suggests, remains currently the principal funder of health research, and that's going to be disestablished and brought within that health pillar of research funding New Zealand. Now, appreciating that again, we're in a situation where we're lacking a lot of the detail. Would you agree that there's a concern or caution is needed here? Because when we're dealing with public health, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to those growth or commercialisation imperatives that this rejigging of the research system is being aligned with?
Is your question that the health pillar should not only be about commercialisation?
Yes, well, I think the Health Research Council is a long-standing council and has very clear structures in place to ensure that the Māori voice is represented within its processes. And when we're dealing with public health, there's also equity and prevention research that also needs to be taken into account. So the concern or the area that I'm suggesting there does need to be some caution about would be if you're disestablishing that body that has that institutional knowledge and bringing it within the RFNZ at this point, which is focused more on that commercial or growth focus. Isn't there a clash of ideology there perhaps, or a risk that some of the institutional knowledge or benefit that the Health Research Council brings will be lost?
I
I'm
agree.
Talking in theses rather than sentences, and I apologise, but
I agree that we have to be careful. I agree that we want to retain the positive things that the Health Research Council have learned over the years, and I also agree that the health pillar should not be only commercial, and I can reassure you that it is not only commercial, that better working health system, better treatments, more efficient treatment of patients, that's really critical to a health system that works well for Māori and for all of New Zealanders. And also where New Zealand has a particular special role in its communities, like Māori and Pacific communities. The health system is really critical in those elements. So it's all of those are definitely on the radar of the Pillar Advisory Group, and that how that is embedded is still part of the work of the pillar to progress.
Just a couple of other things to tidy off in the time that I have with you today. The report that you've put on the record at 135A, the Science System Advisory Group report chaired by Sir Gluckman, there we have one of the proposals for a dedicated funding pillar for Mātauranga Māori research. You said that in your evidence that that hadn't yet been considered by Cabinet. Do we take it that that's still the case today, to your knowledge?
Yes, correct.
Is there, I think again, there's a concern that I'd like your view on, that we're having these systems set up, RFNZ set up, funding pillars set up, and the work is being done, but the Māori interest, given this is being treated as something to be sorted once the decisions are made, well, I'll rephrase that. Sorry, it's a very. I'm trying to get too much into each question, given my time short, and I think the fastest way home is short sentences. Apologies. But we've got these pillars being set up.
Yes.
But we're going to be dealing with the recommended Māori funding, Mātauranga Māori funding stream after decisions are made. Are you aware of the reason for doing that after decisions are made? Why hasn't it been progressed?
So the government recommend, so this Science System Advisory Group has given its advice. The Prime Minister's Council then has given its advice to the government, and then the government itself will then make its position on what it will take forward. So when it comes to a dedicated Mātauranga Māori stream, that wasn't carried forward into the Prime Minister's Science Council, but the Prime Minister's Science Council have also said that they didn't feel confident in making recommendations about Mātauranga Māori, as none of its members felt confident they had a background in the appropriate knowledge. And so they've asked Research Funding New Zealand to do that, and have been highly supportive of Research New Zealand doing well in that area. And they are actively considering that at the moment.
That's helpful context, given the documents that we have, and I was going to raise that as a concern with that Science, Innovation and Technology System report, given the Mātauranga Māori section of that is a few sentences, and the consultation that they rely on occurred, it seems to be in 2022, to get their broad themes. You're aware of this without me having to take you to the document, is that?
Yes, I'm aware.
Yes. There, I think the question really is, do you consider that there's a lost opportunity there in not having that Māori voice represented at the ground level while that group was making preparing its report?
it was our recommendation that there be somebody representing that that body of evidence.
The report says that the council has not yet had the opportunity to give this aspect the depth of consideration it deserves. Is it contemplated that the group will have another go at things? Is there another report that's going to be prepared, or was it framed in that way? Are you aware?
I'm not sure. I do know that it's in the court of RFNZ now to develop their approach in relation to vision mātauranga and Māori interests. And just to say as well that we have talked to Māori a lot over the last 5 years, and that body of evidence we still see as quite current. And so the Māori members in particular of RFNZ, I believe, are well positioned to embed that into both their own connections and expertise, augmented by the many consultation, information and analyses we've undertaken. Then my view is that that group of people will serve Māori well across the pillars as they are developed.
I think this is a relatively niche area in terms of the Māori interest, perhaps, so it might not be something that you'd necessarily be sending out for the broader scale of consultation. But how confident are you that the right people are being talked to at the moment to ensure that you're well informed, or RFNZ is well informed?
I'm fairly confident. The people representing Māori interests across each of the pillar groups are well suited for those pillars. So the one in the primary industries, or the two people in the primary industries, very, very steeped in Māori businesses in the primary industries. The person in health and society pillar is very expert in societal issues, and the rest is the case as well. Not only are they aware of Māori interests, but they're aware of Māori interests in their particular fields.
I think there's going to be a difference between having a knowledge of the Māori interest through MB and those past consultations and getting an informed view on the current policy that's being developed. Is it planned that there'll be a boutique or broader engagement with Te Ao Māori on these changes before RFNZ embeds them, or is the people within the pillars going to be the reliance?
RFNZ is at the moment planning their stakeholder engagement. Having said that, their stakeholder engagement plan won't be able to, won't have the time frame to widely engage with at a extensive national level. So regardless of whether it's Māori or non-Māori, it will largely be targeted to those, I believe, who have expertise and interests in the particular topics of the pillars.
And I guess it goes without saying in some respects, but that consultation can only be on effectively where RFNZ has landed, not the development of the approach or the change of almost the purpose or mission statement of the group, can it?
Are you saying they can't reinvent the purpose of the pillar? If so,
well, I would like your view on. I mean, if the view of that engagement is this is terrible, go back to the drawing board, is that an option, given the late stage of engagement?
I couldn't really say if at this stage. I don't know whether it would be seen as sufficient or not.
I think that goes back to where we started with having issues about about where we are in this process and the uncertainty. So those are my questions today. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe.
Your Honour, sorry to interrupt you. I just am making inquiries with MFAT at the moment because it may well be we finish early, and I just wouldn't want Claimant Council to feel like they need to be caught short on time, given I suspect we're going to have quite a lot of time today, and it might well be that Graham Morton, who's giving evidence for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, is not available this afternoon, but I'll update you if we do finish early.
Thank you, Mr. Prebble. Yes, yes, Mr. Lyle, in case you wanted to have 5 more minutes, it's available given Ms. Cherrington's given away her time.
Your Honour, I think I came in on my quota, so I'll leave it there.
All right. Mr. Benion.
Well, thank you. Tēnā koe, Dr. Martin.
Tēnā koe.
Now I'm down for 20, but it might be 25.
That's fine.
I think keep my voice down because of the speakers. Back chat here. 3 degrees, 3 science degrees in
biomedical science, biology, and the undergraduate degree.
Ooh, okay, no, I was just intrigued to see that. So, I guess my questions are first of all are about the about some of the existing funding, and then I'll have a couple of questions about the new regime and what it's doing. But I just want to go to 12.4 of your brief of evidence. So that's your main evidence, the earlier evidence that you put in. And you've got emergency and urgency funding heading there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was intrigued by this comment. In response to significant events such as COVID-19 and extreme weather in early 2023, funding may be prioritised to support urgent research needs. While not a formal category, this mechanism has been used. So I was wanting to understand what is this some of the Vision Mātauranga funding that we're talking about here, or which particular funding we're talking about, and what was it and what was reprioritised? Is it some indication of what's involved?
I can't really say for the COVID fund. It was before my time at MB. But the urgency response to Gabrielle was, I'm not sure where the money was ring-fenced from, but it was really to try and ensure that communities across the board can collect data and response to their needs, responding to Gabrielle. And at the time, a certain proportion was pulled to the side to focus on Māori communities and their interests at the time.
And pulled aside from where? From what fund?
I'm not sure where it was reprioritised from. I don't recall. Yeah.
But I assume that anything that's funding that's been contestable and somebody's got contestable funding, that's ring-fenced in a sense. So this funding you're talking about here must be something that's in a slightly more generalised category, I assume?
Yeah, or what will often happen is that a funding stream comes towards completion, or and then so it can be, if there's extra funding there, then it can be reprioritised as something that the government is interested in at the moment, or if it is, that's another way.
Because I'm just, through this inquiry, there's this moment where we've got recovery happening, and then resilience building, looking to the future, and it's interesting to see that in the research area. There's a little bit of that issue happening as well by the looks. So in relation to that too, the Climate Emergency Response Fund, that big $4.5 billion fund that government had set aside, the last government set aside, I've just been looking at Treasury reports on it. There's a whole bundle of there's all sorts of research in matters, science innovation matters as well, tipped into that fund. How do you understand that fund in relation to your evidence here? Are they two things that are completely separate?
These sound like separate things. $4.5 billion, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
I'm not aware of the details around that. I don't think that's a fund that MB Science is in charge of.
Right. Yes, it looked to be more departmental bids in a way, by the look of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know specifically what fund you're referring to.
All right. So now I just want to look at the annexes to your brief, where you go through some of the research, and you've got Annex 1 is 25 Vision Mātauranga projects supported by the Deep South National Science Challenge, and that second annex looks like, could I crudely call them MB funding?
Yes, so they come from broad MB funds that MB Science administers.
All right. So looking at the Annex 1, this Vision Mātauranga, how have you drawn that table together? I might have missed it in your comments. Is this you going through? These are the Vision Mātauranga projects, or there are more that we're not seeing?
There are more. So this is relating to the Deep South National Science Challenge. So the National Science Challenges, there were 11 of them now. It's been a while. I can't recall because it finished a couple of years ago. They went for 10 years, and one of them was this one, the Deep South National Science Challenge. And within that science challenge, they took this approach here of having that 10% ring fence for Māori centred or Māori-led research that relates directly to Sandra Morrison's evidence, and this is the detail of the projects that were funded through that science challenge.
All right, and a couple of questions about these. I see a total there at the bottom of $5.49 million over 2016 to June 2024. So that's just under, or $5.5 million over around about 8 years that are being listed in this table.
Yeah, it seems like that would be in line with the period that they were funding research. Yep.
Right. And when I look at the projects, and some of them in particular will be in that sort of 2023 to 24 area, this is these are contestable funds? This is contestable funding? Do we know?
I assume they're contestable, but I don't really know.
I mean, I think all the projects, the way I see them worded in this table, is that they're all very much forward-looking, but do we know at all, given the location of some of the projects, whether these were the communities that had been affected by Gabrielle and weather events and were seeking for, or using this funding or having this funding at the same time as they were, in the aftermath of those events or associated with them in any way? Do we know?
I couldn't answer that, but I'd say it's not likely because this happened over a 8 to 10 year period, and so it would have been funding things that were of interest to Māori for climate research at the time.
Right. And just looking at the amounts of money, I think 300,000 is the largest. It looks like 150,000 for maybe the majority, and then 250,000, that sort of thing. I assume there's some sort of tiering there, or tiered funding, a funding cap overall, or anything of that nature? I mean, they seem to be hitting particular $50,000 tiers, or if I can put it that way.
Yeah, MB wasn't involved in decision making around these particular funds. They sat with the Deep South National Science Challenge, and likely with Professor Sandra Morrison and her team itself. So they would be the ones to know how these were funded rather than MB.
All right. So coming to Annex 2, and this is a longer report and contains a sort of real variety of projects. I'm just interested in the fact that the numbers vary hugely from sort of, you know, well under a million to some, I think one's over 100 million. But I'm struck by the fact that in the list of organisations that receive funding, there's no Māori organisation that gets over $1 million for research. Does that tell us anything? I think most go to universities and research institutes, but I'm not seeing any Māori organisations getting significant sums here.
I can't really say for sure. I don't know the entirety, because this is just relating to climate research.
Right.
I know other Māori organisations receive more than that in their funding. For instance, Whakauai Research Institute has an independent research organisation fund, which is in excess of that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and let me just note, when I say over $1 million, I do notice there is one here, and I was wondering about this. There's an Endeavour fund on page 9 of the PDF. Leveraging te reo Māori natural language processing for collaborative climate action, and that's te reo irirangi, so that's Te Hiku Media, is that?
Yes.
Anyway, I see $999,999. Any reason why they're $1 short of $1 million there? Do we know?
The fund was probably maxed at $1 million, and so a lot of research organisations will usually aim for the maximum.
Well, I think Endeavour goes above that if I look, but okay.
It depends what part of Endeavour, whether it's the smart smart start ones or the programs, the projects or the programs. Yeah,
All right.
Fast Start. Sorry.
Okay. So then I just wanted to lastly come to the new plan, and I'm turning to your speaking notes, and I'm looking at the comment that you make. This is from you're on page 3, at the bottom of page 3, you're talking about the new proposals, and that's A135B is the document, right? No, I'm coming down to that, yeah. I see that there's a comment there that you've got reallocating $122 million towards advanced technologies. Do we know if any of those are climate related?
There's no way to tell at this stage. So if you this report here, the Prime Minister's Council report, outlines some of where those reprioritisations will come from, and they partly come from the bioeconomy, and then partly from health, partly from environment. The majority of which should come from bioeconomy, based on the projections.
So bioeconomy in English is?
The primary industry related research.
Right. Okay. And if I come down then to, I'm just coming down into your attachments, and that first page, the first page that page 6 there, a new funding strategy for the science system, and you've got, they always say this, don't they? The reforms will make the system easier to navigate and improve value. Easier to navigate is always a good one. But the future state is going to have a clear strategy focused on driving economic growth, funding directed to delivering on research priorities and incentivising commercial outcomes, and then institution individuals more strongly incentivised to deliver growth to the New Zealand economy and value to the private sector. If I put a general proposition to you, when I look at the Vision Mātauranga research and all of the projects that are there, in the climate area, incentivising commercial outcomes and value to the private sector, those aren't really options if you're working out how to be resilient and undertaking research for resilience in the face of climate change. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So that may be a problem if people are coming to government under this new reform and saying, we want to do research on resilience, and the answer might be, well, what's the commercial outcome? Is that a fair concern?
It's true that the emphasis on commercial outcomes is stronger across the board, but also that it's important to note that commercial outcomes aren't the only way to think about how the system delivers for people in communities and country. So it's more widely about economics, and so being able to protect your home, your kāinga, all of those things may not be commercial, but preventing damage and the resilience of your kāinga, your farm, whatever it may be, that is economic. And so economic approaches are supported, even when it's not commercial.
Yes, but in terms of these directives in this future state, that I think you've accepted the focus is on commercial outcomes and value to the private sector. Those are being given prominence now in research going forward. That's fair from those statements.
I'll just read what this Prime Minister's Council has said in their Environment, Sustainability and Resilience description. One part of the pillar has said that it supports resilience research, including climate and Antarctic science, that empowers New Zealand to anticipate, adapt to and mitigate climate risks and natural disasters through cutting-edge research and predictive modelling. So while there is an increased emphasis on commercial outcomes across the board, elements relating to resilience that aren't commercial are still seen as valuable, and it's then anticipated that they will continue to be supported.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennion. We now have Ms. Rongo.
Thank you, Mum. My questions have all been asked.
Thank you, Ms. Rongo. Well, now we have the tribunal's questions. So I'll start with... No?
Dr. Martin, thank you for your evidence. I just had a couple of questions which have been touched on, I think, in the some of the questions to date, but I wanted to just ask whether you see Mātauranga Māori as a distinct knowledge system with its own integrity.
Yes, that's what I believe.
And do you see Western science as a distinct knowledge with its own integrity?
what people term Western science is in itself quite a plural knowledge system. But I think that I would say that it has a research process that is its own and distinctive.
In your view, do you believe that Mātauranga Māori should be validated through Western science?
I believe that on one hand it doesn't need validation. The communities, Mātauranga Māori is its own thing in the hands of communities. It doesn't need any external kind of validation. If it's Mātauranga Māori that's funded by the government, then it probably does need some type of framing that allows it to be supported in the government system in the way that allows it to be to meet kind of the transparency requirements that the public often expect.
Okay, so we've talked quite a bit about funding models and how those have maybe changed and so on. Would you say that there is a propensity to try to include Mātauranga Māori within Western science through those frameworks, through those funding models?
There's very many different views on that. I can recall an article some years ago that believes that it should be entirely excluded. So that's one point of view. The government has a position where it attempts to look for the advantages of Mātauranga Māori in research. So that's definitely an overture to include it. And you kind of get the spectrum between those depending on who you talk to.
But do you think by virtue of the steps that are taken that perhaps the government view prevails?
Do you mean that the government includes Mātauranga Māori?
And looks through these frameworks that it's an inclusive rather than, as you pointed out first, there are some who see it sitting outside, that actually it's to be included within this kind of
the Vision Mātauranga policy is an active attempt to include Mātauranga Māori where there is value in alignment with the lane in which the science system operates.
And who determines when there's value?
Assessors.
Assessors for funding?
Correct.
When you read your statement, excuse me, you said in the paragraph 2, these include funds that are mission-directed, contestable, investor-led capability building. Your written statement said investigator-led. So is it investor or investigator?
Oh, my apologies. It's investigator-led.
Investigator, thank you. The issues around the changes, and you've been asked a number of questions about the research funding, NZ and so on, and you referred to the fact of the Māori perspective perhaps being covered by people within some of those pillars representing Māori interests. And looking at the overall board and the pillars, etc., doesn't seem to be a lot of Māori, recognisable Māori members across those pillars and the board. Would that be fair?
What do you mean by recognisable?
Recognisable in terms of if we, I mean, you've talked a lot about capability, and that's a different issue. And you've been asked some questions about how you assess that. But in terms of, if we're looking at a Te Tiriti partnership, and we're looking at how that's reflected in the funding, and that you've got your assessors, you've got the people who are making the decisions, all within this research funding NZ, there aren't a lot of recognisable Māori researchers, mātauranga Māori, kaupapa Māori, within those teams of people, are there? Well, from my perspective in looking at them, I didn't notice a number.
In the board there is one member who is well known in the area, and in the 4 pillars, I guess they would not have been announced by this stage or updated, but I'll probably have to leave it to the tribunal to decide whether they are recognisable figures. When it comes to assessing applications and whether there's value to them, we always try to make sure that those who are assessing have capability in those areas. So if it has Māori or mātauranga related to, say, environment, then we put someone who is Māori who understands the environment very well. And if it's mātauranga related to kōkōrangi, then we would put someone with that astronomical knowledge on as an assessor. So our assessors are really pulled from the sector and the system. So whether those are the right people probably will have to defer to the tribunal to decide.
So can I just clarify who we is? When you just said we would put...
Yeah, MB.
Who's the we?
Well,
MB.
Previously it would be MB, and in the future it would be RFNZ. Most times when it comes to a proposal, because the science system is involved in funding research of a number of topics, whether it be physics or the social sciences, resilience, and technological innovation. So whenever an application is received, whether it be small or large and transdisciplinary, assessment always occurs not only not simply because they are a prominent person, but they're a prominent person that has some track record in the area in which they are assessing.
In determining who you put where, do you consider input from wahine Māori?
I would say we have more wahine Māori who are pukenga in the research system and who are contributing across our system from a Māori point of view, so yes.
Right, thank you. Thanks for your answers.
Okay, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Just one thing from your answers to Ms. Kapua. You mentioned social sciences just then. Did you mean to mention social sciences?
Yes.
Social sciences and humanities were taken out of what was the Marsden Fund area.
Yes, that's
what are
correct.
the social sciences areas that MB deals with?
MB has a lot of funds, not just the Marsden. So the Marsden is managed, or has been managed by the Royal Society in the past. And it's true that the social sciences and the humanities were deprioritised in the Marsden. The future research system, social sciences will fit under the health pillar. So healthy people and thriving societies. So it will exist there primarily.
Right. Okay. So my questions are relating to your evidence about Vision Mātauranga policy and what it looks like now as compared with what it used to be in the past. So that your paragraphs 27 and 28 of your original evidence talk about that, going back to 2005 and then 2010 onwards, recognising Māori as key partners in research and innovation and recognising Māori knowledge. And you also go on in paragraph 28 to talk about advancing Māori-led research. It's not obvious from those two paragraphs in your brief that every single applicant for contestable funding in sciences, humanities, had to fill out a Vision Mātauranga section to their application, so that people talking about composition of Mozart's music used to have to put in a Vision Mātauranga section to their application, and many of them just said, I talked to my Māori colleague in the apartment next door and I hope that's good enough. Anyway, so for now and for the future, is Vision Mātauranga something that every single applicant will have to address as part of their application?
Yeah, the approach that is the position of MB and RFNZ at the moment, and the Minister herself, is that where it is applicable, it should be undertaken, and where it isn't, it should state so and state why. And so probably the most accurate way of saying it is that everyone will have to consider it, but only those who align with the policy will need to do it.
So the applicants themselves will need to say Mātauranga Māori is not relevant to my research proposal.
Not only Mātauranga Māori, but other elements of it as well. For instance, if you're working in the Māori economy, or that might not involve Mātauranga Māori, but it will involve Māori interests. And so it's Vision Mātauranga is wider than that, and applicants will have to consider, or do consider, whether all of those elements relate, whether it relates to Māori people, knowledge, or resources.
Right, well, in the sense that a lot of applied sciences is hopefully for the benefit of all of us includes all Māori as well, doesn't it? So, I mean, where does the Māori component come into it, if I can put it that way? Where does the Māori interest component?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways to think about this, and wherever there is a high interest in, whether there is a high interest in Māori knowledge, whether that knowledge be Mātauranga Māori, or a skill set that Māori are bringing to a project or program, then that is considered aligned to the Vision Mātauranga policy. If there is a Māori resource that's involved, for instance, land or a taonga or a taonga species, or a history, data, then that is considered in line with the policy.
and then if there are any type of Māori experts that are involved in the project in any way or program, that is considered aligned. And so some projects can go from having all three of those to none of them, and in some cases that makes sense that they are aligned in all three, and sometimes it makes sense that they are not aligned in all three for a various number of reasons. So what we try to encourage most of all is where there is strong alignment. In other words, whenever there's obviously taonga Māori involved, mātauranga Māori involved to a material level, and wherever people, knowledge and resources are involved or obviously aligned, then we want to have enough of those that are high focused in those sorts of areas, and we actually do see some of those come through. And where there is low Māori people, knowledge or resources in other projects, that also makes sense. What we have seen over the years is that if you try to force everybody to have Māori representation on projects that are of low priority to Māori, or that don't have a lot of pukenga Māori that are actively working in it, then you end up pushing a box ticking exercise, and then you have Māori researchers being tapped on the shoulder to put 0.1 of their FTE on that project, and ultimately that puts a lot of pressure on our Māori researchers and our Māori community, and we want to make sure that we're not incentivising that double cultural labour. So if our strongest interest is to try to support those ones that are really strong to do really well, and as in the areas that have less of Māori alignment to Māori current priorities or capabilities, that we don't try to force them to drag people from those other projects and programs. So that's how we currently handle it. Try to.
That's very helpful, Dr. Martin. Quite good news to hear, actually. I'm sure I'm in retirement from academia, but those that are still in it would like to hear what you've just said, I think. So just to try and get some more clarity then, on the economic growth pillar, we had a Crown witness whose name I've forgotten, who distinguished between the Māori economy and Māori in the economy. Who was that witness? Mr. Preble?
Karen Murray, I think you're referring to.
Transcript, evidence of
The Economist, I think, is who you're referring to.
Yes.
Commissioner.
So when you've got some applications under this, the new MB controlled systems, it's going to be pretty useful for almost anyone to be able to say this is going to assist either Māori in the economy or the Māori economy. And that would be relevant to a lot of applications. Would that be your view?
You bring up a really important point, because if you look at it from one point of view, and this relates to your other point as well, everything is relevant to Māori in one way or another. But there are some things that are of special interest to Māori or special alignment to the Māori economy, and some things are going to be beneficial immediately, and some are going to be beneficial much further down the track. So how do you balance those out? What we usually see is that our assessors, particularly our Māori assessors, they are really, really good at sniffing out some the applications that aren't authentic or legitimate. What they usually do is they look at this is from my own history as an assessor, but also from what I observe from our Māori assessors. They look at the claims about how well aligned they are to Māori or the Māori economy or the Māori business or the Māori community, and then they judge how large the how much of the application is speaking to that. Then they look to who is legitimately involved and whether those researchers or communities are credibly the ones that should be involved in this project. And the thing that they really go to most of all is the budget. They look at the budget and they say, have they said that there's a strong Māori presence here? Oh yes, they've named a person, that's also good. How much are they paying them as part of the budget? 0, well, it's bad. You know, so they will score that very low. But if the project is a valid project, has said it's got a strong Māori representation in terms of its interests, then the Māori involved are also credible in that area, and then they have the appropriate budget applied to those Māori communities or researchers, that will be seen as a strong project. And so a lot of times the tick boxing exercise is addressed at the point of assessment, because our Māori assessors are really well attuned from their own personal experiences, but also from the experiences of assessors, that it all comes down to the budget.
It all comes down to the budget. Well, thank you very much. Just if the budget could go up a bit, you know, that'd be good. But that's in someone else's hands. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I've just got a couple of questions. And first one, actually, just a carry-on question from what you were discussing with Professor Williams. And from what you've said, the assessors have had a lot of experience in looking at or assessing projects for the various funding streams that existed prior to this new shake-up. So they're not new to the requirements of that. So is there a lot of continuity, if I might put it that way, in terms of the administration, the management, the operation of RFNZ as compared to the previous funding system? Oh, there definitely is, because MB is the main secretariat for RFNZ, so the MB continues to provide the administration, the coordination. It offers the options for who should be assessors and so on, and then provides that to RFNZ to make their decisions. So we will more likely feed them the same experts that we would prior had chosen ourselves, because those are the experts, and so those will continue. All right, thank you for that. My question is, you mentioned a number of times that there is an issue with numbers of Māori researchers with the capability, with the capacity to take on some of these projects or to lead some of these projects. And I was just wondering how you, or how it is measured in terms of capability. Is it number of PhDs, number of published publications, or how is that assessed? In the past, our assessors have had to reach a particular level of credibility. So in order to be able to assess, they have had to have been assessed in the past. They often have PhDs if it's an academic judgment they're making. They usually meant to be business owners if it's an innovation judgment that they're making on a particular fund. So we tend to be aware of some of those experts as they come through, because they come through as applicants, and also through our personal networks. We tend to know over time who's starting to come through. It's a bit more difficult on the business side, I think, because they are wholly independent from our system, whereas the researchers tend to come up through the education, university or PRO system, and then we see them because they're close to us. So we do expect a level of expertise for anyone that's assessing, and a level of credibility, so that if they are challenged either by the public or somebody else, that the decisions are defensible, as they are experts in those areas. And that's important across all of our funds, whether they be Māori funds or not. Yes, I find myself wondering about the business because there's the focus on providing value to the private sector, and I guess we do think of the private sector, I tend to think of it as meaning business, but it's not necessarily business. Am I right in thinking that it's a wider grouping than just business owners? Yeah, I think how I've been thinking about it mostly is that the private sector is an avenue for how innovations and inventions, or whatever they may be, are released into the world for use. What we've seen, it's a common real tension when it comes to the research system, that researchers tend to research because they are very interested or fascinating areas to research, without kind of considering, hey, how does this help society and eventually. And what I think we want more of is for the research to turn into something that is either commercialised or integrated into, say, the public services or the health services, and that actually make a difference in the end. So while there is an increased interest in the private sector, it's really a push for greater translation of research knowledge into action and into making a difference for people, whether they purchase it as a service or a product, or whether they're trying to access one of our social institutions. While the desire is to have more economic activity, it's the translation we really need. So it's more, the research translates into a better, more set up society as a consequence of research investment. So I still not sure how that all is going to work. I'm presuming it's something like, because it's not meant to take the place of, the patent system, where somebody comes up with an invention, it goes to the patent office, they assess whether it works or not, and then issue a patent or whatever for that. It's not meant to take place. That it's a step before that. It's getting to the thing, which you might go. Yeah, it's a few steps, and there's still, some of these things are complicated to know what the main interventions are. So you could say, for instance, that one intervention is at the point where you're starting to explore an idea. Does anyone want that idea, or is it just a interest piece? Is that idea going to be better than an existing idea? So one way to increase that amount of ways in which research is solving real problems for people is to have an approach up front that says, is this going to be valuable to society? And then there are other elements about how do you bring pieces of the system together to ensure that you're thinking about the whole of the lifespan of that thing. One example is that we are currently investing in a biodiscovery platform that is seeking to take advantage of our Māori economy and our unique flora and fauna to create more products and treatments that can benefit our communities economically, from a health point of view, and as businesses. So in order for that to be successful, you've got to think more about not just the research, but what about the regulation systems that allow you to sell internationally? What about the approach to mātauranga Māori that is appropriate for protection? What about marketing down the track? What about distributors? So in any system, you kind of have to think about all the bits of the system that need to work to get you somewhere at the end to turn into a product or a better service, and then figure out where are the pieces that are the bottlenecks. So a real push for this particular reform is to look for those bottlenecks, to value realisation and ask more regularly, is this going to benefit society? Well, funnily enough, I find it much easier to understand how mātauranga Māori, rongo Māori and so on fits within the proposed new system in terms of the research that might be necessary to look at particular species or whatever, and what could be developed from that, then other parts of the economy and so on. So yeah, that's where my interest in this is, that actually I think there's a lot of scope for research in relation to mātauranga Māori or Māori taonga and so on. All right. I agree with that. Yeah. That leads on to my next question, which was about the development of capability, and where does that sit within this? Because Professor Morrison talked about different stages of research that would bring researchers on to the point where they would be able to make the funding application themselves and so forth. So how does that fit now within this new system? Yeah. In general, our position as MB is that the education system grows the capability to begin as a researcher, and MB funds research, and in other words, researchers once they've become researchers. Having said that, there are a couple of capabilities that we try our best to support, and one is we have some targeted research funding for emerging researchers, for established researchers, and for senior researchers. They're called our Tawhia Te Mana Fellowships. Within the first one, we also ring-fence a proportion of those for Māori. And so that's one way in which we try to improve the pipeline. We try to bring people who are coming through. We can't reach back that far into the university system or the high school system, but once they get to us, we try our hardest to keep them. And that's one way. Another way is that we invested in an initiative called Kanapu, and Kanapu is run by, it's hosted at Waikato University, run by Ngā Pai o Te Maramatanga, the Māori-led research core. And their entire job is to scoop up people who are coming through the research system and bring them together so they can navigate the research system together to create a network thereof and help them to navigate the funding environment. That's another way we try to build the capability. Another way we try to build capability is through the He Ara Whakahihiko Capability Fund. That used to be the Vision Mātauranga Capability Fund, but is much more targeted towards economic focuses now, which would include climate mitigation. There is in that fund we try to build capability through partnerships. So where communities or groups or individuals don't have the research training, they may partner with researchers, research organisations to kind of, through that partnership, lead to the outcomes that they are seeking for without having to become researchers themselves. Although if they wanted to, they may. And a part of that capability fund, we employ a group called Moko Kauri. Their entire job is to work with applicants, to potential applicants to that fund, to help them navigate our application systems. And so if you have new research groups that are Māori communities or so on, that group can help them understand our application systems. They can at times partner them with a research organisations should they need to be interested. That's one way in which we've tried to bridge the gap between community interests and our systems. And so those are the main ways in which sit in our ambit to try and build that capacity. Prior to this, we had a fund called Expanding the Impact of Vision Mātauranga, and under that policy we had a 3-tiered system called He Aka Ka Toro, and originally it had it staircased people through from very small projects to minimum, sort of medium-sized projects. What we found, we only got to run that one round because the government changed and the priorities changed. But what I could see in that is that communities really do have science aspirations. They know where they want to get to, but they have a real challenge knowing how to get there. So they'll want to do this business idea that needs research to get there, but they don't know how to undertake the research. And so what I could see there is that the partnerships really matter, because I don't think anyone wants to go and retrain as a researcher just to be a business person. But if you know how to partner with research skills or bring on someone maybe who is even Māori, we've got a few out there, Māori researchers, that can really bridge that gap. So we're really interested in not only looking after the Māori that come through our system as science and research experts, but how can we partner our research system with Māori interests so that they can receive the outcomes that they are seeking. Yeah. Right. Thank you very much for that. I'll have to leave it to the education inquiry to determine how successful or not the system is at bringing Māori into science and other areas of research. But thank you very much for your evidence. I'll just hand you back to Mr. Fong to, if in case there's any questions by way of re-examination.
No questions by way of re-examination. Just to thank Mr. Martin for your time and your evidence today. before, once Mr. Martin has been released, may we address you briefly on the documents relating to the tort reform issue? Won't take very long, but just want to address that before we close for today.
Yes, all right. Well, again, thank you, Mr. Martin, for your time, or Dr. Martin, I should say, for your time. And as Mr. Fong said, I'm releasing you. There is some afternoon tea out there if you'd like some, and it is afternoon tea time. So, Mr. Fong, how much time, or Mr. Preble, how much time is needed for?
I think my friend Mr. Fong can address you briefly. I don't think we only need a couple of minutes, and I would just say that unfortunately I have made inquiries with Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and our witness for tomorrow morning is unavailable, so we are essentially finished for the day, unless there's something else that Your Honour wanted us to do.
No, I think we've finished for the day apart from Mr. Fong's submissions. So, Mr. Fong, over to you.
Yes, so Your Honour, we've heard from Council this morning sort of raising questions about whether there are documents lying behind the update that the Crown has provided last week about the reforms to the ability to bring tort actions relating to emissions reduction. So we've been advised by the Ministry of Justice that as of today, those documents have been proactively released on the Ministry's website. Rather than putting the tribunal into the trouble of finding the documents themselves, what we propose to do is to file those documents either later today or tomorrow morning, just so the tribunal has a record of all the proactively released documents which are relevant to this recent development.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fong. That would be helpful to have them filed rather than me making the staff go through and try and find them. Thank you. Well,
Your Honour, Lyle here.
Yes, Mr. Lyle.
Apologies. On the documents, I wonder if we could inquire of my friend whether those documents that have been proactively released are the documents that Mr. Smith, I think, was talking about in media as being received through discovery and that litigation track, or whether these are different documents again, because I think when we raised the documents this morning, it was the former that we were talking to rather than something else.
I'm not privy to what Mr. Smith has said in that separate High Court litigation. What we are addressing, Your Honour, is just the documents underlying the update we provided last week.
Mr.
Lyle.
Lyle.
That comprises the key cabinet
yes, Mr.
briefings and regulatory impact statement.
So, Mr. Lyle, are you referring to the documents that were handed to the Prime Minister's person?
Yes, Your Honour.
Yes, from Zed and Fonterra. Okay, so
the Prime Minister's office may or may not know about at any given time, Your Honour.
Hard copies. They were, Professor Williams was saying. So, Mr. Fong, I'm presuming that those are not the documents on the Ministry of Justice's website.
I'm not sure, but I highly doubt that.
Yes, right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other last minute things before I ask, because we are closing, but you are welcome to stay for the afternoon tea. Before I close, we close today. All right, so if I can just repeat that we seem to be running ahead of time, and we may bring the judicial conference to an earlier time on the Thursday than I said 3:30, but if we continue to run ahead of time, it may be earlier than that. So if council can simply keep apprised of where we're at on Thursday morning, so that they're ready for the judicial conference whenever it takes place. And now I'll hand over to our kaumātua to close for today.
Kia tau inu kia tātou katoa. Te ata whai ato tātou ariki ko i kuraiti. me te aroha te atu, me te whiwinga teitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake nei, ai.
Mene.